voice our values,
and join fellow Democrats as we gear up to flip the state in November.
We will win the White House,
take out John Cornyn,
and expand our Texas congressional delegation,
set the agenda in the Texas Senate,
flip the Texas House,
and elect hundreds of local Democrats across the state.
There's something for everyone to enjoy at the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention.
And we need you right there with us.
Join today by RSVPing to the Texas Democratic Convention.
We can't wait.
We can't wait.
We can't wait to see you there.
Well, sort of.
I'm proud to be a Texas Democrat.
We will turn Texas blue.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks.
Thanks everybody.
Thanks y'all.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Coming up next, we have our virtual convention kickoff. We'll see you there. Up next, we will be hearing from Texas Democratic Party Chair Gilberto Hinojosa.
Me llamo Gilberto Hinojosa. I'm the proud chairman of the Texas Democratic Party. Welcome to the first ever virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Thank you for tuning in. This convention is different from any of the ones we've ever held in the past. However, Texas Democrats are no strangers to change. Our party embraces progress and is proud to pave the way for the future. We've got a full week of trainings, panels, speeches, and events for you, all of which you can access from the comfort of your home. Before I get started, I'd like to thank some individuals and organizations who made this possible. Thank you to our delegates for their patience, support, and enthusiasm throughout this process, and the State Democratic Executive Committee members, especially those who served as part of our convention working group, in order to make the largest virtual Democratic convention in the country's history happen. Thank you to our party officers and the Texas Democratic Party staff for their hard work. You were thrown a curveball 10 weeks away from the convention, and you responded with grace, humility, and quick thinking in order to pull this off. Thank you to our Democratic candidates and nominees who continue to utilize their networks and volunteers to reach out to the community members facing difficult situations and who have never lost sight of why we fight this fight and what we have to gain in November. Thank you to our sponsors who adjusted with us to our new realities and innovated alongside us. Your commitment to turning Texas blue is seen, appreciated, and critical to our success. Lastly, and most importantly, thank you to the first responders, essential workers, and everyone on the front lines of this crisis. We fight alongside you in the way we know best, by organizing, by building community, and by bringing hope during the most dire of situations. We thank you and your families for your sacrifices in the past months. We will continue to advocate for you because we know that you deserve a living wage, workplace protections, and affordable health care. Our convention is so much more than a rally every 2 years, and it is much more than intra-party politics. It's a space where we bring our families together to lay out a vision for our shared future and our plan for the years to come. I want everyone who has suffered through this pandemic and those on the front lines of this crisis to know that this year especially, we are working to create a better tomorrow for you and for every single Texan. Throughout my entire life, I've watched the state of Texas, my home state, completely change. I could tell you about the many ways the Republican Party has failed Texas and about the suffering Texas families have endured under Republican leadership. But you already know this. You've lived it. We're all living it. And in recent months, you've seen the many flaws in our system exposed in an entirely new way. But as usual, the Republicans in charge aren't focused on helping the historic number of people waiting in line at their local food bank, trying to get medical care when they're sick, or filing for unemployment. For Donald Trump, Greg Abbott, John Cornyn, and Dan Patrick, it's always been about protecting their stock portfolios and billionaire donors. As hard as it may seem, we must rise above their cheap tactics and their hateful divisiveness. We must continue to fight for the world that we believe in, that we know we can achieve. What we Texas Democrats are building is progressive, it's diverse, it's hopeful, and during this year's Texas Democratic Convention, we're demonstrating to the people of our great state just how obtainable our vision for the future is. Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our cries for justice grow louder. This election is not just about winning, though we're going to do just that. This election is about justice, equality, and hope. We demand justice for all of the Texans who felt abandoned by their government during the coronavirus pandemic. For those families who didn't know how they were going to care for a loved one because Governor Abbott refused to expand Medicaid. For those Texans who died of COVID-19 because of Donald Trump's inability to lead a nation through a crisis. We see you, and we're never going to stop fighting for you. We demand equality because health care is a fundamental human right for all, not a privilege for those who can afford it. Texas is the uninsured capital of the nation, and during a global pandemic, having access to health care is the difference between life and death, especially in communities of color. We're building a future that is hopeful because it's time we have leaders who are intent on bringing communities together and unifying Americans, not tearing us apart. To those Texans who lost hope, we see you, and we're never going to stop fighting for you. We're here today because we're fighting for our future. We're electing the Democratic leaders who are going to make the American people believe again. The challenge that lies before us is not an easy one. Turning Texas blue requires every single Texas Democrat to be unified in their dedication to building and fostering a new Texas. Our state produced Democratic trailblazers like President Johnson, Emma Tenayuca, who was a union activist fighting for pecan workers in San Antonio, Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, and the great Ann Richards. Our state is one of the most diverse in America. Nuestro estado es para todos. We owe it to our friends, our families, our communities to fight for a Texas that is fair, free, and full of opportunity. Between now and November, the Texas Democratic Party, alongside every single volunteer, county party, and Democratic candidate, will fight harder than we've ever thought possible because we know this is our moment. Republicans are scared. We're on the cusp of victory. It is within our reach. Texas is the biggest battleground state in America. We will continue to register voters at a historic pace, protect ballot access across Texas, uplift Democratic nominees, and build the strongest statewide coordinated campaign this nation has ever seen. Between now and November, we will clear the way for a blue Texas, up and down the ballot. Our movement is stronger every single day, and thanks to the incredible speakers, panelists, delegates, and Texas Democrats participating in our first ever virtual convention, I know we aren't just riding the blue wave, we are building it. We are fighting for the Texas we all believe in. We need you to believe we will win this fight together. Juntos y unidos. We need you to take the next step in this fight by taking out your phones and texting votes to 21333. Votes to 21333. Because of your hard work, this is the year Texas turns blue. Because of your hard work, this is the year we save our great state and in return save the entire nation. We are ready for November. Let's take the Texas House. Let's send more Democrats to Congress. Let's take out John Cornyn and let's elect a Democratic president. Let's turn Texas blue. Text votes to 21333 if you're with us.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from the Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair, Dr. Carla Brailey. Stay tuned.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from the Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair, Dr. Carla Brailey.
Welcome to the one-of-a-kind virtual Texas Democratic Convention. My name is Dr. Carla Brailey, and I'm your Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair. This is certainly a unique experience, but as y'all know, Texas isn't like any other state. Our state has experienced monumental change over the past few years. For one, Texas is the fastest growing state in raw numbers. Between 2014 and 2018, 1.8 million new voters joined the rolls statewide, the majority of whom are women and people of color. Republicans know it. That's why they've actively worked to make it harder to vote. But what they don't know is that this is our moment. This is the year that Texas turns blue. Our communities have suffered under Republican leadership. Texans have had enough. Republicans are lining the pockets of the wealthy, few at the expense of hard-working Texans and African Americans. COVID-19 mortality rates are almost 6 times higher in counties with predominantly Black residents than in counties with predominantly white residents. The causes are multi-layered and compounded by centuries-long systemic inequalities that have marginalized Black communities. Texas is the uninsured capital of the nation. There are more people without coverage than anywhere in the country. To add insult to injury, Black Americans have often lived in places where they have the lowest percentage of doctors serving the community, don't have hospitals available, are unlikely to be insured, and deal with bias when they are able to access medical care. Diseases in Black communities are likely to go untreated until in critical stages, leaving them more susceptible to the coronavirus. The Democratic Party is fighting for us. We're working day in and day out to create Texas we can all believe and strive in. We will shape the political future of our state and ensure that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream. As we get closer to the most important election of our lifetimes in the biggest battleground state in the country, I'll remind you of this. We are ready for 2020. We're going to elect a Democratic president. We're going to beat John Cornyn. We're going to send more Texas Democrats to the United States House of Representatives. We're going to flip the Texas State House. We're going to empower Democrats up and down the ballot. Our momentum and our strength have culminated in this year's Texas Democratic Convention. We're going to elect party leadership, voice our values, and live up to the big, bold history of Texas Democrats. This is our moment. Now let's go change the course of history.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from Senator Jose Menendez. Stay tuned.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hey babe, what's convention mode?
I don't know, I've never seen that.
What does this button do?
Hey y'all, I'm Cassidy.
I'm Leah.
And this is Sophie. And we met at the 2016 State Democratic Convention in San Antonio.
And then we got engaged at the 2018 State Democratic Convention in Fort Worth.
And here we are in 2020, and we're married.
And we continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. This is our time.
And we also continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because they continue to support working class families like ours.
We know convention may look a little different this year, but you can still do your part.
Chip into the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333.
And don't forget,
vote blue, y'all!
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from Senator Jose Menendez.
Hi everyone, my name is Jose Menendez and I am the State Senator for Senate District 26 here in San Antonio. And I really wanted to welcome you here, but I am so looking forward to spending some time with you, hearing from you, and getting our agenda out there. Welcome to the Texas Democratic Convention. And folks, this is the time. This is, we've said it many times before, but this is the election of our lifetime. I mean, what is at stake is truly our lives. I think we all need to take a pause and think about the 100,000 lives that have been lost. This country can do better. Texas can do better. We need your help. We need to stand up for policies that Democrats have been pushing forever, like a universal health care, like an education system that doesn't leave anyone behind, like a workforce and a pay scale that allows everyone to have a living wage. This is why, as Democrats, we need to get up out of our seats, and regardless of the obstacles they try to put in front of us, we need to go out and vote. This election, more than any, will allow us to move forward as a country and start to heal, or I can't even think about the ramifications if we re-elect the person that has put profits in Wall Street ahead of Main Street and people. Folks, Democrats have always been about taking care of the environment. They've been about taking care of educating everyone. They've been about letting everyone have equal access. And that's all we need. We're not asking for anything extra or above. We're asking for a fair shot. And if you believe in equality and fairness for everyone, then I know you're a Democrat. And I need you to get out and vote and get Democrats elected to office so that we can take over everything from the White House down to the courthouse. Democrats, we can do this together. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to serving with you again. And let me know how we can help. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be your senator.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Representative Cheri Bustos, the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. We'll see you there.
Hey all, my name's Luke, and I'm the Voter Expansion Director at the Texas Democratic Party. We're so excited about our one-of-a-kind virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Thank you for being a part of it. We'll be giving Texans across the state the opportunity to hear from our incredible Democratic public servants and stand with Texas Democrats as we gear up to turn Texas blue up and down the ballot in November. We know some of you may be wondering what to expect this year. There are so many ways to participate, and I want to highlight a few that we're super excited about. We'll have panels that'll be shown every day from 12 to 4 p.m. We have some incredibly qualified folks talking about their work, highlighting issues that will turn out voters in 2020, and plenty of other ways to get involved during those panels. To learn more about our incredible lineup of panels, check out our Facebook, our YouTube, and our website, TexasDemocraticConvention.com. We're hosting trainings throughout the week in the mornings, which generally run between 9 and 12. These will be led by our Texas Democratic team and Democratic Party leadership. We're also hosting a U.S. Senate debate between our two outstanding Democratic runoff candidates, MJ Hager and Royce West. You can learn more about these and much, much more at TexasDemocraticConvention.com. Now I'm going to walk you all through our website and show you how you can get as many Texas Democrats involved in the convention as possible. First, make sure to get your virtual tickets. That'll ensure that you're provided links to participate for all events during our convention. All you need to do is put in your name, your email, your zip code, and your phone number, and you'll be good to go. Let's take a look at the schedule. Here, you'll find the dates and times for all events we're hosting during the convention week. Make sure to check in because we're going to be making regular updates to this and adding more and more programming over the course of the week. A couple more things I want to highlight. On the trainings page of the dropdown, you can find a Zoom guide, a voting guide for delegates, and a virtual guide that will show how to engage us throughout the convention. You can also find our convention help desk where you can submit any issues you might be having so we can get them resolved ASAP. If you're interested in supporting us financially, where all donations will be put to direct use to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot in November, use the donate button in the top right corner of your screen. If you haven't already, please consider becoming a supporter today. We just walked through a ton of stuff, so if you're confused about something, if you can't find the info you need, please don't hesitate to call our office or submit a help ticket at txdem.co/convention-help. This is going to be an incredible convention, but our movement would be nothing without all of you. Let's go and turn Texas blue together.
Our party has gone from a party that was not very respected in statewide politics. It was very difficult for us to show credibility when we were trying to recruit candidates to run for office. People would talk about in 2012. 20 to 25 years is the timeline that people were talking about Texas turning blue, even with the demographic changes. I remember at the Democratic Convention in Houston where I was elected, Joaquin Castro spoke at that convention. He was the keynote speaker. He gave a great speech to a crowd of about 200 Democrats. And it was very demoralizing for a lot of us. In order to start from there to get to anywhere, we had to take risks to do things that we ordinarily wouldn't have done, but we didn't have a choice. I remember when we brought in a new executive director, we had just received an endowment. Someone died, and in a hopeful will that he wrote, he left us, I believe, $80,000. $80,000 for us in those days was a lot. We didn't have any money in the bank. And so we had to make a decision on what we were going to do with those $80,000. We hired a bunch of people to do call time. By the time we started into the next election cycle, we were beginning to build our party. This was in the latter part of 2013, the beginning of 2014. The signs of Democratic leadership that were out there but never given an opportunity that just leaped out and gave us an opportunity that we really needed at that time. And the first one that came around was when Wendy Davis gave her filibuster in the Texas Senate. All of a sudden, we had our gubernatorial candidate for 2014, and we were able to recruit, because of that, candidates up and down the ballot. And we were able to raise money. and build, and the National Party started paying some attention to us. We started growing our party more and more. We were not successful that election cycle, but it just gave us the boost we needed to move forward. And sadly, we had another piece of bad luck, but I take it back. We had another bit of good luck, but that was really bad luck. Donald Trump decided to run for president. And so what happens as a result of Mr. Trump is that even though American Democrats had the worst day that they've had in generations, in Texas, it was the best day that we had had in over 25 years. Then things started just to move in a wave. People then started to organize at a grassroots level more and more and more and more. We'd never seen this before, and this movement just started building and building and building and building. There has never been an off year for Texas Democrats since I took over this party. Texas Democrats are working 365 days out of the year, every year. That's the only way we've gotten to where we're at today.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Representative Cheri Bustos, the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee.
Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention. I'm Cheri Bustos, chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, and proudly serving Illinois' 17th District in the U.S. House of Representatives. It is truly an honor to kick off the largest state party convention in the nation. I want to thank Chairman Hinojosa, Vice Chair Brailey, and the mighty Texas Democratic Party for inviting me to be part of this weekend's program. I'd also like to thank each of you for tuning in today, just 155 days before the most important election of our lifetimes. This year showed us just how much can change in just a matter of months. Since March, more than 2 million Texans have filed for unemployment. More than 5 million Texans are scraping by without health insurance during a global pandemic. The COVID-19 outbreak has shaken our local economies, our sense of safety, our day-to-day lives, but it cannot shake our values, and it cannot shake our focus on the mission we all share. This week, and this election, is about leadership in the face of adversity. And I know that Texans are no strangers to adversity. You survived Hurricane Harvey, you faced the horror in El Paso, and for the past 3 years, you've seen families torn apart at the southern border. But no matter what, Texas Democrats don't agonize, you organize. In 2018, you fought back against a racially gerrymandered map designed to suppress the voices of many. A map that was challenged all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And then, despite the odds, you played a key role in helping Democrats take back the majority when you elected Colin Allred and Lizzie Fletcher to Congress. Two Texans who I am so proud to call my colleagues today. Colin and Lizzie's journey to Congress inspired our aggressive battleground strategy at the core of our mission to expand our House majority. Right away, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee made Texas ground zero for the 2020 election. We began the early work all the way back to March of 2019. We opened an office at the crossroads of your swing districts in Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. We launched field organizers into key communities across the state to work hand in hand with the grassroots. Months later, our work paid off.
Republican Pete Olson won't seek re-election.
Texas Congressman Will Hurd, the third Texan in the past 10 days to announce retirement.
6 Texas Republicans who had never faced a tough election before 2018 announced their retirements. How did that happen? We took your lead. We worked early with the diverse communities that are the soul of Texas itself. Communities that have historically been left out of its politics. We took your lead. We talked to college kids and abuelas, churchgoers and farmers, scientists and line cooks from Dallas to the suburbs, to the hill country, to Del Rio. We listened to voters. We listened that the top concern for Texans in 2020 is the same issue that won us the majority in 2018, access to affordable health care. And while Republicans continue to attack health care during a pandemic, we have A-team candidates ready to fight for their communities. Among them, Wendy Davis, a state senator from Fort Worth. She wouldn't let the fight for women's health care services die just because the sun went down in Austin. Gina Ortiz-Jones, the daughter of immigrants and an Iraq War veteran. Raised in San Antonio, Gina steered Will Hurd straight into retirement this year. and Cheri Preston Kulkarni, a Foreign Service diplomat from Sugar Land. Cheri phone banked in 13 languages and drove historic voter turnout in 2018. Voters know that our House majority is the first and last firewall defending millions of Americans' health care from attacks in Washington. And when we take back the Senate and elect Joe Biden as president, our fight for historic federal laws won't die in Mitch McConnell's drawer or under Trump's veto pen. That battle begins and ends in Texas. That battle begins and ends with you. I know you are just as frustrated as I am to be stuck inside when there's an election to get ready for. Heck, I'm annoyed I'm joining you in a video rather than sharing a meal alongside you and talking with you in person. But I am immensely proud of the momentum we have built all together from the beginning. And I'm even more hopeful about the road ahead in Texas. To the students, activists, and organizers tuning in, keep that fire in your belly. You are the heart of the Democratic Party and the engine driving us to victory. Remember that this election is about leadership, not on extremes of fear and recklessness, but with the courage and strength that our country needs right now. Thank you again. I'm so grateful that we are in this fight together.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Democratic National Committee Chair Tom Perez. We'll see you there.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Next, we'll be hearing from Democratic National Committee Chair Tom Perez.
Hello, Texas Democrats and Cheri Hinojosa. It is one of the great perks of this job to share a moment with you on this important occasion. Sorry I can't be there with you in person. Texas is quite literally the biggest battleground of the 2020 election, and we, working together, are going to turn it blue. We have to take back the Senate in November, and that taking back the Senate starts with taking down John Cornyn. Democrats made huge gains in 2018. We flipped 2 congressional districts and elected the first 2 Latinas to represent Texas in Congress. And boy, did they represent Texas with great distinction. We gained 12 state house seats and 2 state Senate seats. We shattered Democratic midterm turnout records, even in deep red districts. 800,000 more Latinos voted in Texas in 2018 than in 2014, nearly doubling the turnout. Nuestro voto es nuestra voz. We must always remember that. Our vote is our voice. Now look at the State House. A few years ago, people were saying that Texas Democrats in the State House were never going to get the state majority back. Well, they don't know the leadership of Gilberto Hinojosa. And thanks to people like Gilberto, you're on the verge of taking back the majority. Just 9 more seats and we will be in the majority, and you know what that means for redistricting and so much more. So there's been so much progress thanks to all of you, and we're going to continue to work together with you to build on that progress in the coming months. I have every confidence in Gilberto and the Texas Democratic Party. You've been fantastic partners, and we're thrilled with the work that you're doing to elect Democrats across your state. We live in challenging times, to state the obvious. And in these challenging times, your involvement, your engagement has never been more important. Now more than ever, we need a change in leadership to get our country back on the right track. This pandemic has laid bare the utter incompetence, inexperience, ineffectiveness, lack of empathy and compassion of Donald Trump. His failure to prepare for this crisis and listen to health experts has cost people their jobs, their savings, and even their lives. Just look at the latest job report. The national unemployment rate has tripled to nearly 15%, and it's even higher in communities of color. Hispanic unemployment is now at a record high of 18.9% under Donald Trump. When we left the Obama administration, the Hispanic unemployment rate was 5.9%. It has more than tripled under Donald Trump. A recent poll showed that Hispanics are more than twice as likely as white Americans to have been laid off since the start of this crisis. In fact, Hispanic men have been hit harder than any other group by the economic fallout from this pandemic. African American unemployment rate has doubled under this president. Doubled. That is unconscionable. 39 million Americans have filed for unemployment benefits, including 2 million Texans. Texas now has the worst unemployment rate on record. 1,000 Texans are testing positive for the virus almost daily. Make no mistake about it. This will be Donald Trump, Greg Abbott, Dan Patrick, and John Cornyn's legacy. 100,000 Americans have died. The U.S. accounts for only about 5% of the world's population, but more than a quarter of its confirmed coronavirus deaths. This was not inevitable. The only thing more staggering than these numbers is the incompetence that caused them. Donald Trump was warned months ago about this virus, but he failed to take action. And you may recall, he even said that it would disappear miraculously by April. Here we are. That is not the case. His failure of leadership has had such tragic consequences, and it's been so preventable. Trump and Republicans all over the country continue to downplay this crisis. They continue to call it a hoax, and they continue to even protest common sense social distancing guidelines. For Democrats, we have a responsibility to change the direction of our country for the better. And we believe that pandemics like this shouldn't bring our democracy to a halt. Success depends on faithful, dedicated delegates like you putting your hard work to bear in your communities. And that's exactly what you're doing. And it also depends on making sure we motivate and mobilize our voters across the state of Texas. And that's why the DNC has been proud to work to support the Texas Democratic Party while you take Texas Republicans to court over the dangerous voter suppression laws. And we're continuing to work with you every single day through this crisis to get the vote out. Our digital organizing team recently began hosting digital organizing training for people interested in learning how to organize online. To date, there have been over 9,100 signups across all trainings, including 485 signups from Texas. Texas is a key part of our Battleground Buildup program. In this cycle, we've already committed to investing almost $700,000 in the Democratic Party. These investments are already funding staff across your state, including Latinx, the API constituency organizers. We will continue to invest in African-American communities. We are continuing to invest in rural communities everywhere across this state because every zip code counts and we can elect Democrats in every corner of this state. I want to thank Gilberto for making such an effort to ensure that this convention happened. The convention has been more accessible than any convention in the past, and it's provided more direct information to delegates than any convention in history. And when we finish writing this chapter in our nation's history, we will remember this as a shining example of what happens when people come together and work toward common goals, even in the face of a pandemic. So thank you for your active participation in our party. Thank you for representing our community, for all the work that you do and continue to do. Together, we can win anywhere and everywhere. Folks, our democracy is on fire. We're at a moral fork in the road. This fire is a 5-alarm blaze. We need all hands on deck. You all have been those first responders in our democracy, working tirelessly in your communities, making sure we are together as a party. We know that our unity is indeed our greatest strength and Donald Trump's worst nightmare. So thank you for coming together. Let's win. Adelante.
Coming up next, we have our panel featuring the local Democrats who are leading the fight against COVID-19. Stay tuned.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Hey everyone, my name's Manny Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. Since I joined our party in 2013, our Democratic movement has grown, and our cries for justice have grown louder. We're hiring new staffers every day, and we're recruiting and training some of the most talented political operatives in the country. Thanks to the support we've received from Texas Democrats across the state, we have built a movement that's capable of changing Texas's political future, and in return, saving our entire country. In the process of building this operation, we've set some lofty goals. We set our sights on creating an organizing platform that redefines what it means to organize in politics. We built the data infrastructure that has already changed the way campaigns up and down the ballot conduct outreach. And as many of you know, we vowed to register more voters in this election cycle than ever before in our party's history. There are more than 2 million unregistered Democratic voters in Texas. And that's how we win big in November. And in order to win, we have to be more unified than ever before. So this week, during our Texas Democratic Convention, we're asking all of our supporters to take the all-in pledge. We're bringing our movement together and asking everyone to join our party and change the course of history. We're going to ask, and we're going to ask some more, and we're going to ask again throughout the course of this entire week. And we're going to be updating you on our progress because it matters. If all of y'all watching were to donate just $7 right now, our party would be that much closer to registering a record number of voters and strengthening the integrity of our democracy, making fundamental change in our neighborhoods. If you were to ask your friends or your family members to chip in $7, you could bring us that much closer to blocking Donald Trump's path to the White House and redefining the course of the Democratic Party in our country for decades. Your support powers our movement, and it determines how far we're able to go. By coming together and gearing up for the November election together, we will take action on climate change, healthcare reform, and a just, humane immigration system, and so much more. So if you all are with us, and you're ready to stand with us as we realize our progressive vision for the future, thank you everyone for tuning in, and I can't wait to reshape this state together.
Coming up next, we have our panel featuring the local Democrats who are leading the fight against COVID-19. Stay tuned.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to our panel on local responses to COVID-19. My name is James Barragan. I'm a State House reporter with the Dallas Morning News, and I will be moderating this panel. We've got 4 local elected officials here with us who are going to walk us through their experience being on the forefront of this pandemic. With us, we have Cameron County Judge Eddie Trevino Jr., we have Austin Mayor Steve Adler, Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins, and Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo. And I guess we'll just start it off and get right into it. I guess the first question I have is if you guys can walk us through very broadly, I guess we'll begin with what have been the major challenges in terms of responding to COVID-19, this global pandemic, on a local level. What are the challenges you've seen? What are the things that you all still need?
I'll start, I guess. I think that the initial challenge was having to act in the face of inaction from the state. So I know, for instance, on the shelter in place, or what we call in Dallas, safer at home order, we so wanted the governor to act on that statewide. He was hearing the same information that we were hearing from all the hospitals and doctors. He had a press conference at 3. I was hopeful, having talked to him along with a group the day before, that he would act. He chose not to. I acted on behalf of Dallas County at 5 o'clock, 2 hours later that day. And so that was a challenge, acting at first. On the way to my press conference, I talked to Lina, and she was in the process of making that happen. So within a few days, all the Democratic-led urban areas where it's safer at home, or shelter in place, and are working together. So that 70% of Texans were safe. Then when the governor finally acted, we had, a couple of weeks later, we had a good statewide compliance, and things went well. When the governor diverged from following the Open America plan of CDC onto what he's doing now, the challenge has been showing people not what is legal, but having the local doctors help them understand what is safe, because now you have things that are legal that the local doctors and the CDC would tell you are not safe. It's been a real challenge. It's been a real, it's unusual. I don't know, the others can speak to this, but I've been through a lot of these emergencies. I've never had one where the state worked so hard to undermine the work that we were doing on the local level.
It's interesting that this all started with the state allowing the local jurisdictions to make the decisions for their local communities, and I need to commend the people on this panel and everybody else for the most part that did what needed to be done, making those difficult decisions. And I think that was working. It was working for the state, as Judge Jenkins alluded to. So it was extremely disheartening and disappointing when the state diverged from that. And after allowing the local officials to make difficult decisions to establish curfews and shelters in place and driving restrictions and closing down businesses, all of a sudden we were no longer the people who needed to make those decisions, and they took away our authority. And I think we've seen that steady, if not necessarily an increase, but the steady numbers continuing statewide as a result of some of those decisions where they've taken away our local authority. Judge Jenkins alluded to it. When we're in an emergency situation, usually it's a corresponding correlation and working collaborative with the state. In this instance, you've got the entire state, you've got the entire country, you've got the entire world in an emergency situation. So the request for supplies, or in this instance, the lack of testing, which continues to be a problem to this day, and the lack of coordination at the federal and state level has been extremely disappointing. And the decisions seem to change on a daily or weekly basis. Either the people in Austin know better, or the people in Washington know better, or the people at the local level should know better. And we all know that government starts at the local level. So we're the ones that our constituents look at for guidance and for help. The lack of resources, the lack of guidance and leadership has been extremely disheartening.
I do want to, just hearing these folks speak and watching everybody on the line, it is incredibly heartening to see these local leaders come together, and I appreciate you guys for bringing us together. And I do think, this battle has been fought on the shores of local government. And the fact that, you know, each of the folks on this panel have led their communities despite so much that has come against them just shows the strength of the Democratic bench in this state. And it shows the commitment that we have to health, to our communities. For my part, you know, we all saw this coming. We saw it in other countries. We saw it in other parts of this country. We knew it was going to hit us. I was working around the clock to try and understand how we could best prepare. And I had conversations with leaders in harder hit area of the country who were doing research on other nations, and quickly it became evident that we couldn't emulate the best case scenario response, which was containment. It was just impossible to do that in this country because we simply didn't have enough tests. And so that was a very difficult starting out, is when we began to see that the only option that we truly had for stopping the spread of the virus and keeping an outbreak at bay was to shut things down. And so that's been difficult, you know, to know that the best tools are not there. That's something that the country was caught flat-footed. Those supply chains were caught flat-footed. And we're working now, of course, as supply chains have caught up a little bit more to try and have different strategies. But it's a question of sequencing. I can talk about it more later, but I think, you know, that's been part of it, is we recognize that we have got to keep the economy going, and we also have to protect health, and they're intricately tied, but we had no other option than to shut things down for the sake of there not being a dismantled healthcare system or deaths and an even worse hit economy.
I'd like to come back to that, but I want to get to a question to Mayor Adler, because I think it speaks to the point that you all county judges have brought up in terms of the local elected officials have been on the forefront of this. They've had to make some of the very, very difficult calls without any backup from the state or federal levels, and actually ahead of those decisions to stay at home from the state and federal levels. Mayor Adler, I kind of wanted to bring up the cancellation of South by Southwest, which was a very tough call, I think. It's an international festival of world renown. Lots of people come here to Austin for it. And it's a big moneymaker, I think, for the city. How difficult was that decision to sort of talk through that with the stakeholders and try to make a decision on South by Southwest? Because I think now, with hindsight, I think it's looked at as that was the right decision to make. If you look at New Orleans and Mardi Gras, I think we see that was exasperated the issue there. But can you talk about that? Because I don't know that the city leaders in Austin or the county leaders have gotten enough credit for that, which in the end looks like it was the right call.
Well, I appreciate that. It certainly seems like the right call now. At the time, it was a really difficult decision. Just like Judge Hidalgo, you know, in the end of February, we were watching what was happening internationally. We were watching as this was moving across the world. We were watching as it was beginning to land in Seattle and cities here. Obviously a really hard decision. We were looking at losing $350 million in economic activity, which seemed like a really large number then, not so much now. So it was a hard decision, but it was also the right decision. And I think it was real clear that we needed to emphasize public safety first and public health first, because that's what our cities and our counties wanted us to do. So we made that choice. We weren't alone in discussing it. We were discussing at the time with San Antonio, who was looking at their big event. We were in conversations with other local leaders around the state and frankly around the country. There was, you know, at that point, we weren't getting any assistance from the state. It wasn't an issue that seemed to be on the radar screen from my vantage point at the time. I was just real encouraged, having made that decision, how quickly the local leaders, the cities and the counties were recognizing that this required action. You know, we entered our local stay-at-home order right after Judge did in Dallas County. And quite frankly, at that point in time, the counties were already talking to each other and exchanging forms for stay-at-home orders. They were being shared with the cities and the mayors that were exchanging forms. We all knew what everybody else was doing. We all knew the timing that everybody else was working on. We collectively made the appeal to the state to issue a state order at that point to bring everybody in. But as you recall, the governor was a huge proponent of local control, which at some level was a good thing to see. But, you know, I was on a phone call with the governor and local mayors and county officials around the state, many asking him to issue a statewide order. And he said, no, this is the local decision. So the cities and the counties acted. And as Judge Jenkins said, you know, brought 60% of the population in the state into a safer place, provided, I think, the political cover that the governor needed in order to be able to do what was necessary for the entire state. I'm concerned right now that the caution that we showed initially and the clarity of message that existed in early March into mid-March that enabled us to do what happened to really protect the Texans is now being lost. In our city right now, as we reopen the economy, I'm concerned about it because the messaging is no longer clear about what we need to do to help facilitate that and to keep people safe when that happens. The messages become really confused coming out from the state leadership, and that's our big concern right now.
I want to highlight that point because as all four of you have said, you know, it was local elected officials who were talking amongst themselves with other Texas elected officials, local leaders. I know, Judge Hidalgo, you were talking to people in Washington State at the epicenter to just figure out ahead of time what Harris County could do. But it seems like you all took the difficult steps in the beginning, and even now are taking difficult steps. I know some of you all have received criticism from restaurant owners, from people on the far right, saying that we need to open up much more quickly. But I think you know, what stands out to me is that you all were at the forefront making the tough decisions, and now, as you all have pointed out, now that the tough work has been done, now the state is stepping in and saying, well, now we're running the show, and kind of overstepping some of the local rules you all have put in place, which, to Mayor Adler's point, makes it a little bit difficult to tell the public what the message is. Should you be going to restaurants? Should you not be going to restaurants? How should you be wearing a mask? Should you not be wearing a mask? How difficult is that when the messaging is different, and the public health professionals are, I think, consistent with what you all's message is, but then the message coming from above is different. How difficult, how frustrating is that?
You know, it's we don't have time to be frustrated. I think we all made our decision early on that we would follow the science, and we're at peace with that. And what the public health officials say is very clear, that we should wear a face covering when we're out in public or on public transportation in businesses, not necessarily when you're jogging, as a quintessential American value of kindness, respect, and protection for the community. Further, right now in our large urban areas, we still need to avoid unnecessary crowds. That means takeout as opposed to restaurants, sitting in dining in restaurants. If you want to have a few beers and make some bad decisions, let's do that at home for now until the curve goes down, right? And, you know, the things that we're telling people to do are not things that Judge Savino and Judge Hidalgo and Mayor Adler and I came up with over coffee. These are things that the chiefs of epidemiology, infectious disease, and public health in our jurisdictions at these large teaching hospitals are uniformly telling us, and it's the same thing they're telling you in every other urban area and the CDC. So what our citizens need to do, our residents need to do, is focus not what is legal, because the governor will decide what is legal based on the political pressure that he gets, right? It was not going to be legal to get a haircut until the 18th, and then it was legal to get one earlier, and then he just changed his mind again. So it's not what's legal that's important. You need to focus on what is safe, which will be determined by people who have spent their entire adult lives preparing to advise you in this moment.
No, what is fascinating, and you look at other countries, is they've been able to bring their curve way down, and they've been able to contain the cases and really identify, choke that virus. For us, at least in the major urban areas, and I recognize we're speaking a lot to that right now, is, we had a big increase, and as far as us in Harris County, for example, we've had over 200 deaths. We've flattened that curve, but it's not come down. We still have around 100 new cases every day in Harris County, and that means that ultimately there is widespread contagion of the virus in the community. And so that means you're just one step from an outbreak. I think the community in large part gets it. I have heard from people that they're confused, but I go outside, I see folks wearing face coverings, I see folks being very respectful about social distancing. I think people understand that the virus still spreads through, close contact, that there's no vaccine, there's no cure, and so everybody has to take that personal responsibility. I do think that, all of us, and throughout all of this, we recognize that we have to fight and we have to work together. And for me, I think folks are tired of hearing of me, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, that have been calling, asking for more tests, getting our contact tracing, making sure we get through all our nursing homes and homeless shelters and domestic violence shelters. And what really baffles me is how much some folks are trying to politicize this, particularly for me. It's like I've been continually tried. Folks have been trying to bait me into a fight, which I refuse to take, because the reason we were successful in the first place in at least preventing that first outbreak, not that it can't happen later, is the entire community working together. And so I think what's important is for us to, yes, get that adequate message out, but also not fall into the trap. And I think we're all being able to do this, that this is not a political game right now. We can play that game when it comes time to run for office, and when it comes time to look back and think about how we did it. But I think part of what we're doing, and the leaders on here are doing successfully, is really focusing on people, focusing on science, and not trying to score political points for the sake of it.
Well, let's talk, and let's name names, because let's be specific. I think one of the biggest people that's gone after you, Judge Hidalgo, is Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who has been even further to the right, I think, than Governor Abbott in terms of how to handle this crisis and in terms of reopening business, which I think, to be clear, every Democrat that I've talked to has said we all want to reopen business. It's just about how to do it safely. But can you talk specifically about how that pressure or those attacks from a person of such high power like the Lieutenant Governor has impacted you and the decisions you make, or the way that the rules are followed? Because, I mean, he's the number 2, and some might even say that he's the number 1 person, most powerful person in state government.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that. You made a very important point, and it is that, I want to reopen the economy as much as anyone. The concern is, if you are not careful and you have an outbreak, there is no way to contain an outbreak. You can't contact trace your way out of that. The reason other countries have been able to reopen responsibly, and we're still not done yet, they may still fail, but it's so far so good, is they have brought down that curve. They've really contained through testing and tracing. And so we need to get to a point where we're not teetering on the edge of an outbreak and risking having another shutdown. That's the last thing I think it's the last thing any of us want. And that's why we all need to continue to take that personal responsibility for our actions. In terms of the political attacks, you know, it's just sad. And particularly the stuff around face coverings. I'm absolutely happy with folks wearing Make America Great Again face coverings or whatever political statement they need to be. But I do think fanning the flame, you know, it's not about the person who wears them. It's about the rest of the community who might get affected or infected from that person if that person has the virus. So I've said and will continue to be in the position that, look, once this has passed, I'll debate anyone. And folks will probably tell untruths, and I'll correct the record. And those untruths are already being told, and we're correcting the record, and we'll have those debates. But right now, we have to work together. I've got 34 mayors in Harris County. They're Democrats and Republicans. We work with our county judges, our mayors around the state. As Mayor Adler mentioned, a lot of this we knew where we all were. We continue to talk, what we're doing is keeping action as our North Star, keeping people as our North Star. But, you know, I think that I do want to brag on my community, and I think all of our communities is they really do understand that it's not the time for political fight. And so yes, there's a loud minority that wants to have a political fight right now, but I'll continue working very hard so things don't happen. I mean, one thing that was disappointing is going back to the face coverings. You know, they had them in Dallas, I think maybe Austin too, Mayor Adler. I can't remember if you guys had done that yet. And Bexar County, I believe as well. Some of those jurisdictions had jail time and a fine. I decided, you know, it makes sense to have jail time when you're asking businesses to take certain actions, because otherwise, as it happens with environmental enforcement in this state, they'll simply pay the fine and then keep doing it. And so we didn't want that to happen. We wanted there to be a threat of jail time. Now, we didn't have to use it for when we asked restaurants and bars to shut down, when we asked folks to stay home. Folks were great about, you know, if okay, with favoring, this is for individuals, we don't need jail time, we just need a fine. And yet, you know, folks suddenly jump on that as if it's something new. They make things up about throwing people in jail, and that's just, it's sad, it's disappointing. There's no space for that right now. We're in the middle of a disaster, a global pandemic, and it's on us. And I'm just so glad that the folks on this call are the ones, you know, leading our respective communities.
Judge Trevino, I want to ask you, I think it's easy when state leaders want to pick on cities or counties to go after Austin, Houston, Dallas, because I think there's a perception that those are like increasingly blue areas of the state. In Cameron County, is that different? And I wonder if what your relationship has been like in terms of working with state officials. Also, just because obviously Cameron County is a high amount of the population is Latino, and we know that COVID-19 has impacted Black and brown populations in a disproportionate rate. So I just wonder what that's been like.
Well, it's an interesting question, James, and it's a reality of politics, right? In my opinion, ever since I've been involved, once the election is over, we're supposed to get down to work, whether you're representing, well, we represent everybody in our community, be it Democrat, Republican, Independent, Libertarian, whatever their ideology may be. And that's always been my point. And I try to work with each and every person at the local, state, and federal level, because that's in my constituents' best interest. So I've tried to be as bipartisan as I possibly can, knowing that at the same point or at the same time, we have to call things out for the way they are. Following up on Judge Hidalgo's comments and Judge Jenkins, it's been very frustrating because, as we all know, we don't have a vaccine, we don't have a certified medical treatment or therapy that's going to address the pandemic. So all we have are these methods that CDC has implemented since day one: social distancing, face masks, and staying at home as much as possible, avoiding crowds. We're seeing these last several days as a result of the terrible murder that took place in Minneapolis, the pent up frustration, not only from the issue of perhaps lack of attention from the pandemic, but obviously from the civil rights standpoint, and you see it boiling over. And I know in the urban areas it's a much bigger deal dealing with some of these protest situations, but somebody said it, one of my friends, as we were discussing all this, and believe it or not, we also were criticized at the local level when we were implementing these particular orders. This is disappointing to see the politicization of this particular issue, especially with those of us at the local level who had to make the tough decisions. And just because you have the right to do something, which is, for example, not to wear your mask or not socially distance or go out and violate a curfew, that doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And that's what's been a little disheartening and disappointing from a political standpoint. The virus doesn't care what your party affiliation is or where you live. The uniqueness here we have on the border, obviously with our neighbors to the south, our cross-border trade, the huge population of Hispanics and Latinos. Our death case is twice what it is to our neighbor to the west of Hidalgo, which is double our population. We had a couple of hot spots in the nursing home, just like I know all the urban areas have. And it's been disheartening at times to see some of the reaction by the individuals who are more focused on saying, you can't make me, or you shouldn't tell me what I need to do or can do, and I'm not going to follow it, as opposed to I'm going to do the right thing because I want to protect myself and others. I don't understand I really don't understand that logic, and it's been disheartening.
Okay, I think we're going to take a break, and then we'll pick right back up. I think we're going to talk a little bit about Governor Abbott. So I can't wait to hear what you all have to say.
God, you make me choke up when I have to say stuff. Manny Garcia, Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. What's it like being the Executive Director of the TDP? Well, we find ourselves in a particular moment in time here. We're the biggest battleground state in the country. We feel like we are living history, and we know that this moment, this opportunity that's right in front of us, we can do so much to change our state. But at the end of the day, it means real change for people and real people's lives. You have to keep on pinching yourself over and over again and realizing that, while you get drawn into the fight every single day and you go from meeting to meeting and conversation to conversation, sometimes you take a step back and you realize that we're really on the precipice and we're really on the cliff of making history. 2020 is a special year, and some folks still question whether or not we're a battleground state, but there's no doubt in our mind, Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. It's not any fluke. It's because the people of Texas have been demanding change, and it's because we've been seeing this change year after year after year. In 2016, for the first time in 2 decades, we became a single-digit state. In 2018, we narrowed that gap all the way to 2.5 points. And up and down the ballot, we were winning races and drawing closer and closer to winning statewide. In 2020, every single opportunity is at our grasp. We can flip the Texas House. We can break the Republican supermajority in the Texas Senate. We can win the United States Senate. And we can win the presidency. And it's at our grasp because of a number of reasons. It's because Texas has fundamentally changed. It's because voters are getting registered. It's because people are demanding change. When you have amazing candidates like we have today, and when you have the support of so many organizations, and when you have the eyes of the nation on you like we have now, we have the resources, the infrastructure, the smarts to be able to put this all together and win.
We asked Cliff the same question. How has your working relationship with Cliff kind of developed into this superhero brotherly partnership that you all seem to have?
Cliff Walker. Cliff Walker, every candidate in the state of Texas knows Cliff Walker. When you're making this decision about whether or not to run for office and put your name on the ballot, he's the guy you call. And it's amazing, folks that choose to run for school board or choose to run for city council, all the way up to folks that choose to run for statewide office, they all call Cliff. And Cliff brought a lot to the Texas Democratic Party. He's helped me develop as a leader. I feel like Cliff is really like the soul of our party. He understands where we're going, and he's got this vision how to get there. And it's been exciting to have a partner like him who's willing to dream big and who's willing to jump off the cliff together and just like, you know, go and get at it.
Hey, it's Monty. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention, y'all.
Hey y'all, Greg Kassar here from the Austin City Council. If we've learned anything this year, it's that things have to be different, that things have to change. And we can only make that change in this country if we organize like never before here in Texas. That's what this convention is all about. So to get started, text the word VOTES to 21333, and I'll see you around the convention.
Okay, and we are back. Thanks for sticking with us. Judge Jenkins, I want to talk to you about working with Governor Abbott, because you all have been playing a game, I think a little bit of carrot and stick on Twitter. I think you've tried being nice to him. I've seen you've tried different things. There was a big spat about the hospital, a stand-up hospital at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center. And so I just want to get your take on what's that been like. If you feel like the communications lines have been open. Obviously we've been a big center of attention in Dallas County. What's that been like?
Well, everything that I'm doing is geared towards keeping you safe. And it's different. I'll grant you, for instance, in Ebola, I handled the nation's first Ebola outbreak, which happened in Dallas. And I was on the phone every day, usually more than once a day, with Governor Perez. And there's never any partisanship in the work that we did. This is different, but we try to keep communication open as much as we can. I don't have a line of communication to him, but we do have a line of communication to his chief of staff. And so, do what we can on that. But the important thing is, and I think what you're seeing that with all of these local leaders, is the virus doesn't care whether the governor likes you or not, whether the governor is going to follow science or politics. The virus only cares about whether we do everything that we can to keep ourselves safe. And so these half measures that are happening at the state won't keep you safe. What will keep you safe is to follow the advice of the doctors, to avoid crowds, to wear your cloth face covering when you're out at public transportation, and when you're in businesses, to use good hand hygiene. And, sorry guys, I moved out of the construction zone to the crying puppy zone. So sorry, the challenges of Zoom. But to do those things and to maintain that 6 foot distancing, that's the best way that we can keep safe. As Judge Hidalgo said, there'll be time for politics later. I will say this one thing about politics, and the other 3 people on this call are a great example of this. There are a lot of independents in Texas who say, well, I've never seen a Democrat lead. They don't remember Ann Richards. They were too young. Well, you're seeing Democrats lead now. If you're in Houston, look at the example
of Lena Hidalgo. If you're in Austin, look at Mayor Adler. Cameron County, look at Judge Trevino. And on it goes. Look at Nelson Wolf in Bexar counties. Democrats can lead, and I think a thing to ask yourself politically right now is, who's doing a better job of keeping you safe? Is it Mayor Adler, or is it our state leadership? Is it Donald Trump, or is it Lena Hidalgo? And I think when you ask yourself these questions, what you can see, and I know I'm preaching to the choir because I think this is going to the Democratic convention, but what you can see is Democrats not only can lead, but when the chips are down and bad things happen like hurricanes, it is the Democrats who do lead, and they lead effectively. And they're leading effectively now, even in the face of President Trump openly fighting with his health advisors, of Governor Abbott bending to the will of the Tea Party and Dan Patrick and President Trump. The people that are standing for you and keeping you safe are these Democratic local leaders. And so I want to thank all of them, because as Mayor Adler said, we all work together, we communicate, we trade information. The guidelines for business in Dallas are very similar to the guidelines for business in San Antonio or Houston or Austin or Cameron County. And that's because we're communicating, we're working together, we're doing the very best that we can to lead you through an unprecedented, once in 100-year pandemic. Last thing I want to say on that, though, is just like the flu in 1918, and just like the Depression, World War II, every other thing that has happened in this country, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through it together. And the way we're going to get through it is we're going to follow the science. We're going to listen to those doctors and make the smart choices for our families that will keep us safe. And that's the best way to get our economy moving again. If you want to see a crippled economy, go down this half-measure path that Governor Abbott and President Trump are on, and have a situation where people finally get to go out, sit on the patio and have those margaritas, go back to that movie, do those things that they wanted to do, only to find that 2 or 3 weeks later, they're stuck back in their house because there's another outbreak. That will be crippling to consumer confidence. And this country is a consumer spending driven economy. You want to see people lose their jobs, keep on this path that Republican governors in this, not just Governor Abbott, but under the direction of President Trump, many Republican governors are going down this path of disregarding the CDC and their local science and doing these half measures. And the virus is not going to respond to a half measure. The virus doesn't care about politics. The virus only cares about public health, making the best decisions. As we move away from that, if we actually went and did all the stupid things that the governor is telling us to do, then we would see a huge spike in cases. And so let the governor tell you what is legal based on the political pressure that he's feeling, but let the doctors tell you what's safe and follow that.
Well, I think it's interesting that you mentioned, I think you told our paper too, that you didn't have a direct line to the governor as you had in the past with Governor Perez. And I think that just kind of highlights the sort of difficulty in communication. But Judge Hidalgo, I know you've had or taken a different approach, and you've had joint press releases with the governor's office. What has that been like for you? Obviously, you guys are a hotspot as well.
Yeah, for me, fundamentally, we're all emergency managers, right? So we're elected to lead our community through these tough times. We are elected to be the adults in the room. And that's what I've been trying to do. Of course, it's difficult. Do I think that the timeline is adequate? No. I agree with Judge Jenkins that this is setting us down a concerning path. Does that mean I'm going to try and sabotage the strategy. No, and that's what I've made very clear to my community, is in continuing to try and protect our community. You know, the minute the governor announced his reopening, we already were prepared with our 3T plan of testing, tracing, and treating. And so we were on track to build a small army of contact tracers. Now, we had to do that very quickly. Ideally, the way you do it is you don't start reopening until you have your contact tracers going full speed and you've brought down the caseload. Instead, we have the contact tracers right now. We got them ahead of schedule, 300 folks from all walks of life. I mean, it's beautiful. You have the person with the master's degree who's been laid off from oil and gas, and you have the recent, you know, high school grad who is passionate about health, and they all go through training, and they're working so hard to try and contain, but it may be impossible when you have such widespread incidence of the virus. So we had that plan. We already were in our nursing homes and other places where folks are close together. We already were working to have a place for folks experiencing homelessness who may have the virus, or first responders who may have the virus, to be able to isolate when they don't get their sick. And so and now we're working on how can we have an indicator that's better than hospital admissions. You know, by the time you see that rise, it's almost too late. You know, it's going up exponentially. The only thing you can do is shut things down. So I'm working hard to try and stay ahead of it. You know, try and work with all levels of government as much as we can. It's not easy, and we have to continue learning from each other. And you know, Judge Jenkins and I talk all the time with the other leaders around the state. And I do want to make a point about what somebody mentioned recently in terms of the leadership. You know, this is what elections does, is I've been able to work with Mayor Sylvester Turner on a strong response as best we've been able to do so. The reason we were able to commit $30 million to a relief fund is because Adrian Garcia and Rodney Ellis are on our county commissioner's court. Democrats coming and voting. And so that's the difference that participation and unity makes within our party. Is, yes, things are difficult, but they would be so much harder if folks had not stepped up and volunteered and voted and participated as much as they have in recent years. And I believe that people and our party will continue to do that.
Well, it probably makes it harder when you're trying to figure out a different measure for the pandemic of hospitalizations when the governor is still making that his measure. But I want to move on to one more thing, because I know.
And Jim, to be clear, that is it's an important measure. You know, better than cases. It's an important measure. The problem is that it's valid, and there's just so much misinformation. I don't want to make sure folks know it's a valid measure. The question is, by the time you see it, it's kind of late. And I don't know that we'll find an earlier one, because the things they use elsewhere is because they have much fewer cases. So anyway, that's just. By the time
someone's hospitalized, yeah. By the time someone's hospitalized, they've been sick for a couple of weeks at that point. So, one thing that you were talking about, Judge Hidalgo, is elections and the importance of elections. Obviously, this year is going to be a big political year with the presidential race. I know Texas Democrats are trying to win back the Texas House. That's a big target for them. I'd like to ask Mayor Adler and Judge Trevino what they think in terms of the big issue right now is mail voting. And we've had some court rulings here. I think right now you cannot request a mail ballot if you lack immunity to COVID-19, if that's the only reason that you are requesting one. What impact does that have on elections? And maybe talk about that in the context of, you know, what is legal and what is going to be safe for people.
You know, I think this falls into that category again of a wish that we could focus on what keeps people safe, and then conform what's legal to that. I mean, the question of whether or not people should be able to vote by mail seems to be such a simple and obvious question. We want everyone to vote. We want everyone to be safe. There are so many jurisdictions around the country that are using vote by mail as the principal method of voting, and there are just not the incumbent issues of fraud or abuse. In this state, we allow for voting by mail, and there has not been it hasn't been shut down because of fraud or abuse. To force people to the election of standing in line, especially people that are vulnerable, that feel like they're more susceptible, is cruel. And frankly, there's no way to explain it other than presenting it as a desire to keep people from voting. In just regular times, we should have voting by mail, so as to encourage more and more people to vote. But we should especially allow that now. We're going to have elections that are coming up here in just a few weeks. Early voting is just around the corner, and I'm urging people in my city not to go do things where they're going to have to stand in line that way. Where they're going to have to be touching things that many other people have touched. It's wrong.
Right. Well, the Secretary of State's guidance was bring your own pen and bring your own hand sanitizer. But Judge Trevino, I just want to put this in the context here of we've been fighting about vote by mail for the last at least 10 years, and we've been having battles over voter ID and voter fraud over the last 10 years. If vote by mail was really so problematic, the legislature hasn't really taken up a way to make it safer. If it is more problematic for voter fraud, added measures for verification, but we just haven't even really focused on those issues. And now, again, to the point that you all are making here, it's a public health, public safety issue. And in Mayor Adler's words, he sees it as sort of a way to suppress the vote. How do you see it in that context?
Well, I mean, didn't our president establish a panel immediately after his election to go after all that massive voter fraud that occurred in 2016? Right, all these millions of votes that he says shouldn't have been counted or shouldn't have taken place. He's continuing that same mantra, that same histrionic, saying that these are things that are going to cost him the election in 2020. We all know that there is literally no truth to the allegations of massive voter fraud when mail-in ballots are utilized. I find it interesting that he voted that way, so I guess it's okay if he does it, but nobody else. Mayor Adler talked about the voter suppression. We saw what happened in Wisconsin when people were forced to vote. A lot of positive cases. People were put in that situation, a dangerous situation. If you're immune compromised, you're asking your individuals to be put in that situation that they shouldn't be. It makes zero sense. There's no logic. There's no rationale to it, which is exactly why the Republicans are probably continuing to advocate on it, because they know this is the only way that they're going to retain their power. So you got gerrymandering, you've got voter suppression. Elections have results. Elections have results, and Judge Hidalgo talked about it, that if she didn't have enough of the support from other Democrats on her court, things might be even worse in her situation. Thankfully, that's not a problem that we've got here in Cameron County, but it's the same situation where you've got votes, either people not voting or people not being counted. So I've always been a firm believer that there are a lot more Democrats out there, both in Texas and nationally, but we've just not voted the way we should on a percentage basis. So for those of you who are old enough to remember some of the earlier elections, it's critical that everybody get out, and the infighting that we've seen in the Democratic Party, perhaps in the last elections that may have cost us elections, I hope that that's gone by the wayside. Everybody should be uniting, knowing that the danger of another 4 years of this administration for our country, for the world, is something that we cannot allow to happen. So I'm hoping that Texas leads the way by turning blue and setting the example that all these leaders, both at the in the large metropolitan areas and also at the local levels, are showing that it can be done. My grandmother always used to tell me, you get a lot more with honey than you do with vinegar. And sometimes that's real hard to do in politics, because you want to be able to call somebody out without it affecting you. But I think in this instance, the way to take care of a lot of these issues that we've discussed and that we're dealing with is by addressing them at the ballot box, whether it's by mail or in person, but it should not be an issue. And I also want to commend the other counties for the litigation that we're involved in. We got brought into it. I think we're the only small county with the urban areas with regards to the mail-in ballot. So I appreciate the fact that we're fighting the good fight there, and I hope that the jurists at the end of the day will do what's right and not what's political.
I think one thing that's interesting to me is that, and we'll end with this, but you know, in 2018, when Senator Ted Cruz was fighting for his political life against Beto O'Rourke, he made that comment that Democrats were willing to walk through, you know, broken glass to get to the ballots and vote him out. And now we're seeing, you know, claims from the Republican side that say, you know, people are trying not to go vote or trying to find ways to not to go vote. But given that this is such an important year with like I said, there's a Senate race going on, there's a presidential race going on. The Democrats have probably the best shot at taking the House that they've had in a very long time, at least a decade. What do you all see happening in November? I mean, is this going to energize people, or is this, as you all, some of you all have said, there's a fear that the vote could be, the vote count could be reduced and that people don't come out?
We came in, I've been in office about 1.5 years now, and I came in wanting to open the doors of county government, reform the relationship with our environment, access to early childhood education, speeding up flood control project. I mean, so much low-hanging fruit, criminal justice reform, and we were able to make such progress. And now several of those have had to fall behind to give way to our coronavirus response. And so there is so much left to be done, so much more that we can do if and when we take the state house. And I believe that, you know, at worst, this crisis hopefully won't set us back on the progress that we had made. And so I trust that folks will come out. It'll be on us. And again, the importance of local government, just as we have our employees out there doing the contact tracing, our employees out there manning our test sites, serving folks so that the key services of government continue. It'll also be our folks who are, and our local elected officials running these elections. And so I know that we are all going to do so in a way that is beyond reproach, and folks will not be intimidated from coming to the polls as much as some folks try. And, you know, this crisis has really brought forth those issues that we all, I think, came in to fight for, and we still need to fight for. So we will prevail. I think our people are strong, and I think everybody sees that we're putting action, science, people.
Okay, and I think that's a good note. I think that's, oh, Judge Jenkins, you want to get in the last word?
But I would say this to our Democrats that are watching this: you are the most dedicated Democrats out there. So really, it's up to you to determine what happens in November. Look, the Trump white nationalists and the hardcore Trump supporters are going to go vote. Their leader is telling them this is a hoax. There's nothing to be afraid of, and they've got to go vote to protect their way of life. So they're going to get out there and vote. We've got to find a way to go out and make sure that people who care about this country and are unhappy with President Trump and unhappy with the way that things are going vote. As the reporter said, tremendous opportunity right now for Democrats to take over the Texas House. We're 9 seats away, and we can do it if we vote. The reason the Republicans are pushing so hard to stop people from being able to vote by mail, to force you to choose between risking your health and going into a crowded place and voting by to vote in person or voting by mail, is because they know that the fewer people that vote, the more likely it is that they can hold power. But democracy works best when more people participate. And so when more of us participate, we will win. It's up to all of you to work with all of us to make sure that just as many people who can vote get out there and do vote, The future of this country and the most important election of our lifetime is in your hands.
You know, to take 15 seconds, James, I would just want to reiterate what the judges have said. We have never been, this is going to be a close election. It's going to be a close election for president. It's going to be a close election to win back the House. But in 20 years, we have never been in as close a scoring position as we are right now. You know, there was every reason in the world for everyone to vote 3 months ago, and we could feel the wind behind our sails. All of those reasons and more exist today than before. I think people want to vote. There are going to be very few people who don't vote in this election when we get close to it, and we have to get them all out. We have to help everyone exercise that right to the best ability, because this is an election that is about, I think, whether and in what way we have elections in the future. We have a chance to change our state and to change our country, and we are so close. So I just want to thank the folks that win these elections in the trenches that are watching this today, because you are the guys that make this happen, and it is now more than ever needed.
All right, Judge Trevino, I don't want to shortchange you, so bring us home.
Thank you very much. Well, I completely agree with everything that the other judges and Mayor Adler have said. Give this a little thought, I guess. If the Supreme Court justices thought that it was so safe to vote in person as opposed by mail, why on earth did they have their hearing via Zoom? Think about that. Why would they have a Zoom hearing if it's so safe to go out and vote? Because they know that there's a danger out there. So let's not be hypocritical. But as everybody has said, the result, the future is in this election. We need to make sure that each and every Democrat gets out there and gets their friends and family out to vote. The repercussions of another negative result, both at the state and national level, is too disheartening to think about, and the future is in our hands. So I applaud everybody on this panel and everybody that's listening and watching, and we're going to ask you to help us get the right result in November going forward. So God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, I think that's our time. I just want to thank all of our panelists for hopping on and taking some time out of their day, their very busy day, and thank the Texas Democratic Party for letting me moderate this, and I hope it was helpful and informative.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the future of healthcare in Texas. Stay tuned.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hi, I'm Brittany Switzer. I am our Senior Brand Director at the Texas Democratic Party. I oversee our digital comms and research departments. That Texas is the biggest battleground state. This is really our moment to flip the state. We have, all come so far over the past couple of cycles to be where we are right now. This is really our moment. We can defeat Donald Trump. We can take out John Cornyn. We can break the supermajority in the Texas Senate. We can flip the Texas House and elect so many Democrats down ballot. We just have so many opportunities ahead of us. And I really want people to know and believe that. The Texas Democratic Party is really a leader in building communities online, and has been for some time. I am so proud of all of the work that everyone here has done to, bring us to that point. But really, we are made up of people, and a lot of different people. We have a huge coalition that makes up our party, and every time I see people either chatting with each other on Connect Texas, our online organizing platform, or any way people are organizing online, it is really inspiring to me. And one of the things for the Texas Democratic Party that I'm so proud of is that, we're meeting voters where they are. That's how we bring people into our party. It starts with that one conversation, and maybe that conversation is, in the comments on Facebook. It's been truly inspiring to see how far we've come online and, to meet so many people online as well. Oh my goodness. So I've been with the party for 6 years. One of the first memes that I think truly went viral for me was Grumpy Rick Perry. So Rick Perry and at the time President Obama had a meeting. Someone snapped just this iconic photo. So we took that photo and put the caption, and then he said he was running for president again. And I think that was the first viral meme that I made. So it holds a really special place in my heart. When the Supreme Court ruled on marriage equality, we posted a fun graphic that says, "Y'all means all," and I feel like that's really become a rallying cry for equality across the country. In 2016, there's some Republican who, I think he went on maybe Fox News and said that if Hillary Clinton got elected, we were going to have taco trucks on every corner. We are still fully supportive of taco trucks on every corner. And I don't know, that graphic, it was just so silly, and I love that one so much as well.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history. Coming up next, we have our panel on the future of healthcare in Texas. Stay tuned.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Dr. John Carlo. I'm a physician in Dallas, Texas. Welcome to our panel discussion today. Texas is the uninsured capital of the nation. There are more people without coverage here than anywhere else in the country. Too many people from marginalized communities suffer health outcomes worse than people in other states. Rural Texans, in particular, often have difficulty finding access to quality, affordable health care. Today, we'll be hearing from some leaders in Texas who are paving the way for a more equitable healthcare system. I'd like to introduce you to Senator Nathan Johnson, who is the Senate District 16 up here in North Dallas, and his committee assignments, among others, are on the Health and Human Services Committee, and has been a strong advocate for Medicaid expansion in Texas. Also joining us is Dr. Linda Villarreal, the president-elect of the Texas Medical Association and internist in Edinburgh, Texas. We also have Dr. Carla Ortiz, Vice Chair for the Texas Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Task Force, also a women's health advocate and expert from Houston, Texas. And finally, Dr. Gary Shepard, the President-elect of the Harris County Medical Society, who is an internist also in Houston, Texas. So welcome everyone. We will jump right into questions and thank you for joining us. We'll first start with Senator Johnson, really kind of taking the big picture on this brave new world we're going to be facing with COVID-19. We know there's a number of Senate work groups that are going on around the issues around COVID-19. Do you have some ideas on what to expect perhaps within the Senate coming up in the session on this particular subject and what some priorities might be?
You know, I can speak with a little bit more specificity for the particular group I'm on. I can kind of give you an overview of the nature that the others are operating. Since I'm not on them, I can't really tell you exactly what's on their minds. But let's start off with what the nature of these work groups is. These are not committees. They don't produce written product. They don't produce a list of recommendations for legislation. Nobody will see something come out of these work groups that says, here's a blueprint for how we're going to go forward. And unless that sounds too disparaging, they are conceived of as kind of like little brainstorm groups. Whether it happens in a formal setting like a work group or just informally the way a lot of interim projects are achieved, having them exist is a reason for senators to get together and talk about ideas. all that said, let's be very objective in looking at the way things are happening right now. For this interim period prior to the session, the governor pretty much runs this show. Meanwhile, the governor has his strike force and it's striking things or whatever they're doing. And the lieutenant governor has a task force that has come out with things. Those things are to address the next 100, 200 days or so. But you can expect that they will be very serious indicators of where leadership wants the legislature to go. And the kinds of things that are being discussed in the work groups, in the Senate, in the House, are going to be influenced by those blueprints, and we will either be resisting their contents or embracing their contents on a case-by-case basis. I leave it up to everybody to keep in touch with representatives and senators on the various work groups to see exactly what they're talking about. I can tell you just a couple things that we're talking about in the Senate, and then I'll get off the mic here. Dozens of changes have been made to the state regulatory system and legislative system regarding procedures that were in place for reasons that during the epidemic, during the crisis, don't serve our best interests. These are mostly our recommendations from professionals in agencies. They're very important right now. What will it look like if these things become permanent? Some of them, I think it makes a lot of good sense. This has given us an occasion to look at stuff. It's like an accelerated, unofficial sunset commission. Some of these things ought to be permanent. Some of them better not be permanent because they're applicable only in these given times. So that's one of the functions of the work group that I'm on, is to take a look at some of these changes. Should they be temporary or permanent? Another one is businesses are worried about people suing them if they catch COVID. Should there be immunity? Is the federal government going to take care of that? If it is, what's it going to look like? Will there be conditions? Can you still sue people? We're discussing that kind of thing. And then lastly, I think that I don't want to get in trouble with anybody, but we see the influence of outside groups going into the reports that come from these respective task forces. To what degree are those things going to, I would almost say, I don't want to say infiltrate, but I can't think of a better word right now, the legislative process? And these work groups are going to be charged with the much slower, more deliberative function of examining the momentum and the forces that are generated by the experience we're having right now. And is that going to be policy, or is it not going to be policy? Because ultimately it's the legislature that makes the policy. And I think everybody ought to hold the work groups to that standard.
Thank you very much. Dr. Villarreal, let's go to you. Texas Medical Association, of course, been actively involved with helping Texas physicians during this unprecedented time. What do you think are some of the legislative issues that we're going to be advocating for and helping during the next legislative session?
Well, it's just another legislative session like the one we had before. Our asks are going to be pretty much similar to what we've been asking for some time. Obviously, as you initiated the discussion here, we are at the bottom of 50 with uninsured population, and we really need to improve on that by maybe getting some federal funds down the pike to Texas, making things a little bit less difficult as far as the red tape involved in applying for some of these insurance programs, and of course assisting those individuals, over 1 million now in Texas, who lost their insurance because they lost their job. So, but before we even get to that, before we get to the ask from the Texas legislature and Congress, how do we keep the physician population available so that these individuals that need health care keep their doors open? And the TMA has been absolutely amazing on a weekly, daily telethon halls, contacting individuals, rural communities where physicians are 1 and 2 per office, helping them to see if we can keep their doors open. That was an amazing task that was embraced by the TMA staff people. They were meeting twice a day for weeks at a time. So we were able to at least get over that hurdle of hopefully trying to keep those doors open. But at the same time, how do we help the physicians keep the doors open and see patients when they've lost their insurance? And it goes back to the ask of the state legislature in reference to Medicaid and HIP. it goes back to the ask on whatever emergency scenarios they implemented during this COVID, that they continue those emergency scenarios, prolong the period of time that they, quote, initiated these emergency conditions, like the Texas well babies, or getting paid for telemedicine the same way as if they were in the office. But more importantly, of course, is to try to be able to get and sustain the access to health care. So helping our physicians to help our patients, and then asking the legislator to help bring down those federal monies that could total up to over $110 billion over the next decade. I mean, that's a lot of money that we could actually utilize to ensure right now more than 1 million people in Texas that have no insurance, which of course that number is inflated because of their loss of insurance from loss of their job. So the next step for our TMA and legislators is practice viability. Get payment up to par with Medicare and commercial insurances when it applies to Medicaid. Get red tape eliminated to be able to optimize the process of qualifying for Medicaid, and then utilizing all the tools that you said earlier, Giancarlo, all the tools of patient care, telemedicine, teleaudio, curbside service, iPad, anything that the patient can use to be able to access her doctor, and still that doctor get paid the same as if they were in the office. So the ask to the state legislature is see if we can continue to prolong those temporary emergency measures to be able to provide that access to healthcare to our patients.
I think we're going to do some deeper dives into many of these points along the way. I want to go to Dr. Shepard at this point. What are some things that, as a practicing physician right now, that are of urgency around the coronavirus, and what are some barriers and different things that you see that we need to work on as part of the legislative process?
One of the things that I think we are looking at, and what we have to deal with here in Houston and Harris County area, is that some of the ideas that are coming from the state work maybe over other areas in the state, but because of the size of Houston and the Harris County area, we have some more issues that maybe a smaller area doesn't have. And I think remembering that there are some differences that you have from one area of the state to another is one of the things that I think all of us would appreciate having that addressed. Because as I said, here in Houston, we may have an issue. San Antonio may have the same issue, but Odessa may not have that issue because of the population size. So remembering that, and as Dr. Villarreal said, the whole issue of uninsured, which was already bad. Of course, it's a lot worse now because of people being laid off. So that whole issue is, how do you handle when people who need help can't get help? So those are some of the issues that we're seeing. Of course, we feel here in Harris County that people should think ahead, not sort of wait till the last minute. We've seen some of that, luckily, here in the Houston area and Harris County, between our mayor and our county judge, of making sure that they thought about, well, what's going to happen if we have this huge big surge? How can we be prepared early instead of waiting until it happens and then trying to scramble? So I appreciate the fact that they did make some preparations for that. So I think that's one of the things as a state we need to think about is, let's be prepared instead of waiting until something happens. The issue of having enough PPE across the state, how do we handle that? Is it a state thing? Is it a county thing? I would hope everybody would work together, but how do you have that so it's readily available that you can also give it to wherever needs it? If one part of the state is having more of an issue, then let's make sure that they're taken care of and we all work together somehow to make sure we get that addressed. As Dr. Villarreal said, the whole issue with Medicaid and eligibility and trying to figure out how to handle that and getting more people actually signed up to protect them so they can get the health care they need. One of the things you hear about, unfortunately, is, and more so I think in some of the larger cities, is people are afraid to go to the hospital because they're worried about having an issue with other people there with COVID-19. but they're having heart issues, they're having strokes, they're having all these bad things, but they're afraid to go. They can't really go to their doctor if they don't have a doctor, if they don't have insurance, if they don't have some sort of support in order to actually be able to go to their primary doctor. Then an emergency room is the only place they do have, but then they won't go. So we're going to have, unfortunately, a lot of people who've had strokes, who've had heart attacks, that have had major damage, that if we could have gotten them early, as we always expect to do, then we could prevent some of these bad outcomes. And so those are some of the things I think we're looking at. Testing would be another thing. I think that everybody is concerned with testing and making sure we have enough tests, and also the ability to follow these tests and actually be able to say, okay, where were you? And let's find more people. So your numbers go up, but hopefully your cases of hospitalization can go down if we can get people early so they are aware and they quarantine themselves. So those are some of the issues I think that we're having, especially here in larger cities like Houston.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Ortiz, kind of rounding out this initial discussion. I wonder if you could comment a little bit on some of the disparities in health and healthcare access, go into a little more detail, some of the things that you're seeing, and how does these disparities and things that we see here in Texas, how are they exacerbated with COVID-19?
Thanks, Dr. Carlo, and I appreciate that question. Healthcare disparities, it was foreseeable that we would see some disparate outcomes with the COVID based on the social determinants of health and how they impact communities of color. Both in the US as well as in Texas, it's been already shown that African Americans, Black Americans have a higher incidence of death from COVID. We represent in Texas 12% of the population, but 18% of the deaths. Likewise, as Dr. Shepard and Dr. Villarreal also mentioned, just having access to insurance or lack of access to insurance is going to impact outcomes with COVID. Some of the things that we're seeing and the explanation for it is not that African Americans or poor people of lower socioeconomic status, they're not more susceptible to the virus, and there's nothing about their genetic makeup that makes them more susceptible to death. But it's the fact that they're more likely to hold the jobs that are not able to be done remotely. So they're more likely to have the jobs that they have to go out. They may be less likely to have private transportation, so they're more dependent on public transportation, which increases contacts with other people. They likewise may live in apartments. The issue of some of the systemic factors, some of the systemic bias and racism that create living in environments where the air quality is poor, living in an apartment as opposed to being able to own a home. And so thus, the very place you live is more crowded and you're more likely to come into contact with someone else. You can't socially distance as much. These are some of the things that, that we're seeing. And then yes, those who are of lower socioeconomic status, as well as Blacks, may have higher risk of having other comorbidities. So the things like hypertension and diabetes and obesity that create a higher risk of dying from COVID. And then one of the things that I'll mention as we wrap up our conversation, I think, around COVID is just from an OB perspective, we've had a boom in women interested in doing home births, which is something that TMA, ACOG, organized medicine, and all of the evidence in this country says that home birth is not a safe option. But we're seeing that rise because, as Dr. Shepard said, women are afraid to come into the hospital. They're also being subject to isolation. They're not able to bring their their loved one with them or their team of people with them. And so we fear that that's going to impact outcomes as well as we look at this down the road.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's hit the uninsured one more time. And you all each mentioned this in your opening remarks, but I think it's worthwhile to hit one more point or two on this subject, given what the likelihood of 1.2 million Texans at this point now losing their job on top of already the high uninsured rate in Texas. So perhaps we could go around real quick and give me one or two things in addition to what you all have said that we really need to have in our back pocket to really add to this conversation about the dangers of having so many that are uninsured. So let's go to Dr. Villarreal first. Perhaps one or two additional points and maybe some of the experiences both along the border and other things around TMA's priorities.
Okay, well, first of all, we want to make sure we have access to care. It doesn't matter if you have insurance or not. If you don't have access to your physician, you're still not going to get good health care. But one of the issues that the legislatures faced with the last session was, of course, public education and health in reference to education. If you don't keep your children healthy, they're not going to go to school. So I think there was perhaps an erroneous approach to completely ignoring the whole public health dilemma as far as the uninsured by going in and improving. And I'm not saying that it wasn't a good thing to improve access to funds for our public education system, but if you don't have a healthy child, you're not going to go to school. So it's important that these children are insured, that we get those individual populations that need Medicaid, because the average age in the Valley of the working class is 27.5 years old. 27.5 years old in a two-person working family with 3.5 kids, quote unquote, right? They're going to need Medicaid to cover their kids' health care. So if the legislature doesn't assist us with some of these healthy children programs, and what the legislature just did a little while ago, but it actually put a deadline to end in May, was the Texas Health Steps being covered by telemedicine. Well, if that was an emergency scenario, what makes it an emergency? The fact that COVID exists, the pandemic is here, or the fact that because of the uninsured population in South Texas, more so, about 2 or 3% more than in the general population of Texas, they need insurance. We've got to do something about bringing down federal monies, improving access to health care, eliminating the pre-authorization and the red tape needed in applying for Medicaid. If the Texas legislature could really zero in on keeping our children healthy, it just puts a dynamic, robust shot in the arm for our uninsured. If the kids are healthy, then they can go to kindergarten and mom and dad can go to work. So it starts with that. Medicaid is very, very important. Eliminating the pre-auth. I know the commercial insurances said we're going to be nice guys and we're going to avoid the pre-authorization red tape until what? I think Humana just started going back to their old habits. And so what made it different? I think it's important that maybe the Texas Department of Insurance start looking into that. Why can't we just prolong these emergency programs and see where we go with the uninsured?
Thank you. Let me go to Dr. Ortiz first, and then I'll go to Senator Johnson to wrap up this discussion. Dr. Ortiz, we've worked on this issue on Medicaid for women. I guess there's maybe perhaps a misperception that Medicaid covers all of the delivery and beyond, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit about that shortcoming around mortality in women after delivery and the coverage gap that's there.
Thanks. And I would say, Dr. Villarreal, you teed me up, because if you think that children need to be healthy, you've got to know that the woman has to be healthy, right? If the woman is not healthy during her pregnancy, the baby is impacted. This is a dyad. And so, yes, you're right. TMA has worked along with many in the legislature to look at making sure that women of reproductive age have access to healthcare, have healthcare insurance. As it stands right now, and one of the goals last year was to, or last session, I mean, was to see at least expansion of Medicaid to cover the 12 months following delivery. So I always take a step back. I think that there should be access to healthcare. I think each one of us has said that you need access to healthcare. It needs to be affordable. It needs to be of some quality, and you need to have insurance to access it. And what we know is that women don't, right now we have chip perinate, which is coverage for the baby while the baby is inside. So the woman is not really insured, the baby is insured. And then we have pregnancy Medicaid, which women lose at 60 days after delivery. Well, first off, if you didn't have insurance before you got pregnant, and you just mentioned it, this waiting to get on the rolls can sometimes take 2-3 months. So now you're into the middle of your pregnancy and you haven't been treated. You may not have had insurance before you got pregnant. So if you had hypertension or diabetes, you weren't on medication. So you come into the pregnancy sick. If you come into the pregnancy sick, the outcomes are going to be worse. If you then have insurance while you're pregnant and you get healthy, I've heard lots of OBs say, we get you really healthy and then you deliver, and 6 weeks later, 8 weeks later, you don't have insurance coverage anymore. And we still see deaths after that time frame, from heart attack, from infection, from suicide, behavioral health issues being a big issue. And so it's kind of a step back in the ass. The task force first recommendation is that there be coverage for reproductive age women throughout their life course. And then we said, okay, but maybe that's too big a bite. So let's look at getting women healthy during pregnancy and that first 12 months afterwards to assist in care coordination and continuity of care, transitions to behavioral health, internal medicine. So if I have a patient who I've taken care of during pregnancy, I can then get her in to see an internist like Dr. Shepard afterwards and make sure that that happens. And the issue with the system now is that, number one, you don't have coverage until you become pregnant, and then you lose it when you're at 6 weeks after.
Right after this quick break, we'll go right to Senator Johnson on the conversation of Medicaid expansion.
So first question is,
you believe in some certain basic fundamental principles. Everybody in this country, doesn't matter where you came from, everyone deserves a fair shot. If you're the son of immigrants from Mexico, you deserve a fair shot. If you get an opportunity to go to school and go to college, you deserve the opportunity to achieve that, to have a system that allows for that. There is nothing that keeps a mother and a father up at night more than the fear that if they get sick or one of their members of their family gets sick, that they're not going to have the money to be able to send their kids to a doctor or to a specialist or to the hospital. There's no reason in this great country of ours to have a society where it is commonplace for families not to have access to health care. That's wrong. We spend trillions of dollars fighting a war in Iraq instead of using that money to educate our children and provide health care for all our families. It doesn't make sense that we should have a minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, 10 years after it was $7.25 an hour, and that the wage differential between an executive and a working person is 100 times worse than it was 10, 15 years ago. America is a great country because it is a country of opportunity that everybody believed that they would have a better life than their parents and their grandparents did. That's what we believe in. That's how I was raised. My grandparents who fled from a revolution in Mexico and lived in tents to get to where I got. You think I got into Georgetown without the help of the people that came before me? Of course not. I recognize that. I was given that chance because Democrats went out there and fought for that. This is a world that we live in, that we're all in this together. We believe that this world is interconnected in such a way that if there is a pandemic in China, that you need to make sure you do everything possible to help the Chinese contain that pandemic and make sure that people are protected. We're not competing against China or England or Italy or anybody else on who has more coronavirus cases or less. That's not the way we think, and that's what Democrats are about. We care. So I guess it just comes down to caring about your fellow human beings, that your family is not just the people that you were raised with. It's everybody in your community, it's everybody in your town, it's everybody in your state, it's everybody in your country, it's everybody in your world.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to start with Senator Johnson on his campaign, his main issue and the issue of Medicaid expansion, and perhaps talking a little bit under this new environment. How's the Senate looking to handle this topic?
Well, the question's about the Senate, it's the House, it's the governor, it's the lieutenant governor, it's really the whole government looking at this thing, and the public. I think it's going to be the hardest session ever for people to ignore this issue. We heard Dr. Villarreal and Dr. Ortiz talking a few minutes ago about we couldn't even get the smallest things, the most obvious, dire things done in regards to maternal health. I think it's way too easy for people to ignore these discrete issues and say, well, we just didn't have it in the budget. It's the big issue. I am tired of going in tiny little incremental steps. These arguments have been circulated since 2012, and we're at a point now where it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to make a plausible argument that this does not make sense economically. Nobody is going to say it doesn't make sense morally. I wrote an op-ed, it's in the Dallas Morning News, was working with the Senate Democratic Caucus. We have several op-eds around the state that lay out some really bare facts. This makes economic sense. It makes moral sense. You can't avoid the conversation because the Trump administration is encouraging Medicaid expansion by offering Medicaid expansion block grants. We can argue about block grants, but there is no question that the whole nation is going this direction, and frankly, our state needs it more than anything, and that's the final factor here. In the past, there has been a great deal of pressure from the public to maybe not go towards this big federal program, but right now, 2/3 of Texans approve of Medicaid expansion. An even larger fraction don't really know what they want. They just want some way to increase access to healthcare in the state because we know it's something we have to do. So it's going to be a really, really interesting session, and it's all going to come down to the political calculus of, am I going to get in more trouble for not helping with Medicaid expansion or helping with Medicaid expansion? And I really think it's got to come from the top. We need a signal from Governor Abbott. We need a signal from the Lieutenant Governor. Maybe they don't say we're all for Medicaid expansion, but finally say, The circumstances have changed. COVID-19 is not the reason to look at expansion, but it is tremendous shove in that direction. And it has cast a glaring light on the failure of this state to do the things that it needs to do. We're going to have to ask that question next session. And if the leadership will simply say, I will let the legislature explore this, then Republicans have the opportunity to embrace this issue. And I think a lot of them want to, and come with the Democrats and really forge a good, solid piece of legislation like we've seen in many states of mixed party leadership or of Republican leadership that have done a good job with Medicaid expansion. I hope that's where we go. It's a long time between now and January 1st, and I think that a lot can happen between now and then. So I remain optimistic.
Thank you very much. Let's change gears a little bit and focus a little bit on insurance reform and some specific things that maybe in addition to Medicaid expansion, we would like to talk about and be focusing on in the next session. Let me go to Dr. Shepherd first. Some issues you see kind of with the healthcare market in general, perhaps in addition to the Medicaid expansion and coverage dilemma and situation, what are some other things that working Texans have as barriers and things that we need to be looking at from an insurance reform process?
Thank you, John. And I think one of the issues that we've seen with the current pandemic is the importance of telemedicine. And we've at least made some sort of strides here in the state of making sure that there's good coverage for telemedicine, the same as if they were coming into the office. So making sure that that continues and actually sort of improving that, including also Medicaid for the state. So making sure that we have the telemedicine when we need it, and can use it. I think one of the other things would be looking at how can we help with the deductibles. Some people have insurance, but they can't use their insurance because their deductibles are so high, and they don't make enough money in order to actually be able to see a doctor because they can't afford the deductibles. Whether that's just for the visit, whether that's for a study, whether that is for a procedure, all of those, they have issues with the deductibles. Also, their medications. They're not able to afford certain medications because of their deductibles. So looking at that, how can the legislature help that? I also think that the whole problem that we're having with prior authorizations, that's another issue that was talked about a little bit at the last session, but it definitely needs to be talked about and brought forward again. As Dr. Villarreal said, we have issues with that. They've made some waivers of that right now, but let's keep that up. Were you hurt by not having these prior authorizations? I doubt it, because physicians who've already been approved by your insurance are physicians that you want in your plan, then let us actually practice medicine and make sure we can get our patients quickly to see doctors. So whatever their issue is, it can be taken care of so they can be healthy and back to work, which is what people want anyway. And I think having more marketplace options. We've seen a decrease in that, especially in the PPO arena. So looking at actually expanding some of the options that they have for marketplace. So here in the state, people have more options where, once again, they can see their doctors that they've actually already have a connection with. Can they continue to see that? Those are some of the big things. One other thing I guess need to mention is behavioral health. We are seeing that being a major issue with the current pandemic, but this isn't something that's going to stop all of a sudden as our numbers go down. This is something that was there before and is going to be continued, and it's probably unfortunately going to be worse. So making sure we are improving and really having a strong, robust behavioral health part of your insurance, I think that's got to be another thing that we take a look at in this upcoming session.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Senator Johnson on another issue that's sort of associated with the Medicaid expansion, but this actually has to deal with the managed care companies that are currently managing the state Medicaid programs. And some discussion last session didn't get too far, but the issue on holding the MCOs, the managed care companies, accountable for quality health care in the state of Texas. What can we do differently in this next session?
Some of the good news is that we actually have done something that a lot of it was delegated to agencies. We've been in touch and working with the Health and Human Services Agency in the state of Texas, and they have designed a whole new set of standards that they're going to be applying to the regulation and oversight of these private entities that are participating in the managed care organizations. To some extent, we are going to have to observe and see how effective those things are, and to the extent that they're not effective, we then take legislative action. I do want to use some patience and faith that these people in the agencies can do well with their jobs. That's the policing element, and I hope that we are consistent in our enforcement and indeed holding accountable anybody who commits the kind of failures that we saw prior to this. But the policing part really is underway right now. There's a second element, and that is trying to align incentives so that we get good behavior out of this process. And some of that is going to involve more precisely defining our expectations. So there's less room for error. If we're going to hold people accountable, what are they accountable to? And I think next session the legislature should be looking to see how can we ensure that I hate the phrase best practices because it doesn't mean anything anymore, but that people are employing methods that are going to lead to the best outcomes and have the lowest risk for life-affecting screw-ups. So I would like to see us concentrate on standardization and making sure that we're working with the agencies to do their job of oversight.
Thank you very much. Let me switch gears. We've talked a little bit about telehealth and telemedicine and remarkable transformations that we've all experienced in our practices. You know, starting March 1st, I doubt anyone had telehealth on this program in their offices, and I bet by the end of March, and most physicians are talking about having telehealth the majority of their visits, up to 70%, even 80 to 85%. What are some good things, based on your experiences and your key takeaways with patients, what are some good things that telehealth is going to do in terms of our patient outcomes? And I'm just going to real quickly go around based on your own areas. Dr. Ortiz, let's start with you. What are some good things you think telehealth is going to do in terms of improving patient access and the patients you see?
Well, I think that for problems that definitely don't require an exam. When I was in medical school, they taught us that 90% of your diagnoses could be made just by taking a good history, and that you only needed an exam and diagnostic test about 10% of the time. And that is true. For many situations, you could talk to the person. It may increase the productivity of the physician provider. It may also increase access for those who have challenges with transportation, et cetera. And so I think that that's one of the things that we're seeing. The other thing is that for emergencies, you might not think of telemedicine as being useful in that, but there are, when we talk about obstetrics, hemorrhage, bleeding to death is still a big problem. And when you look at rural areas, they do not necessarily have the cadre of ultra specialists, gynecologic oncologists, the surgeons, et cetera, to do some of the procedures that can be done here in Houston in the medical center. And so having access to telemedicine allows you to get consults much more easily. It allows you for physicians in rural areas to get higher level consultation and provide better care to their patients without having to travel. If you can imagine, for a pregnant woman who is in one of the rural areas where there are not high-risk obstetricians, they may travel 3 hours for appointments, where the telemedicine would allow them to have the same kind of care. We're able to provide monitors to the patients. They are able to have ultrasounds where they are, but interpreted by someone in a distant locale. And so I think that the COVID pandemic is allowing us to move to the place where telemedicine needs to be in medicine in general, and specifically for obstetrics.
Well, we are getting close to rounding out the program, so I did want to go around very quickly to each members of this great panel to see if you have any additional points, to our physicians especially that did not mention about the telehealth, if you wanted to add any additional comments. But we'll go quickly around the the room real quick to see for final points. Dr. Villarreal, first to you.
Thank you, John. Telemedicine has been here a long time. Having grown up in Edinburgh, Texas, which is right close to the border, we didn't have specialists. Okay, so there was always a phone call to a colleague who happened to be working in the medical center in San Antonio or Dallas. So that was telemedicine, probably at birth, maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago. Telemedicine has been around for a while. Most of the time, primary care physicians, internists like myself, we need that face-to-face. But the pandemic did, as you mentioned at the beginning of the program, John, pandemic did kind of push telemedicine 10 years ahead. And being one of the dinosaurs in Edinburgh, Texas, in internal medicine, I didn't think I would be doing that at all. But as I mentioned before, telemedicine is a good way to contain, retain, and obtain access to your physician. The only caveat to that is you've got to have internet. So being an internist with a geriatric practice, that little old lady doesn't know anything about the internet and doesn't want to touch the iPad and wants to make sure she can give me a hug and shake my hand. So there are positives and some negatives, but as I mentioned before, having been in practice for over 30 years, no one would have imagined that I would be doing teleaudio, telemedicine, telecurbside, iPad, and anything else that will bring my patient to me. And as Dr. Ortiz mentioned, absolutely, in med school they taught us, you should be able to make a diagnosis by eyeballing your patient and having a conversation. And that's what telemedicine is.
Thank you. I think we have about 30 seconds, so I want to make sure that we get quick points to Dr. Shepard, and then we'll finish up with Senator Johnson. So go ahead, Dr. Shepard.
All right, thank you. Similar to Dr. Villarreal, as an internist, we do like to touch our patients to make sure we're listening to hearts and lungs, but there are some things that we can do distant, and I think it's made it easier, especially when you have children who are having to take care of elderly patients. As an internist, it's one of the things that we see are a lot of elderly patients. So when you're having to try and juggle all of this, it's a lot easier for the children to be able to just connect and not have to try and bring their parents out. So the parents may not actually be able to use their iPad, as Dr. Villarreal mentioned, but their children can. So we can still see them and still make a connection. So also, as Dr. Ortiz was saying, the whole idea of distance and making sure people who are at a distance can still get the high quality of health that they deserve. Making sure you have telemedicine is one of the things that can do that. People sometimes forget about if you have a doctor one place and you're a doctor in another place as a subspecialist, you can actually work with that doctor at where the patient is and still give them high care. So, and one last thing, as Dr. Villarreal also mentioned, is the whole issue of connectivity. We need to make sure people across the state, whether you're in a city or we're in a rural area, actually has that connectivity to be able to utilize telehealth.
Very good, very good. Senator Johnson?
Music therapy. We can provide music therapy by telehealth. I know we're about out of time. I just wanted to get that in. And it's also going to help bridge the gap in the rural areas. FQHCs can get reimbursed for telehealth, rural health centers. There's a lot of promise, and there are a lot of ways we need to be careful, as the physicians on the panel have already pointed out.
Thank you very much. Well, again, I want to thank the panelists for joining this interesting discussion on the coronavirus and its impact. Likely that's going to be not only with the legislative session coming up, but with healthcare in general, and perhaps the practice transformation of the many things that we do as we go through telehealth and all of the new programs. I'm going to pass, I think, to Dr. Villarreal for one more final comment. And again, thanks everybody for joining.
Thank you for that opportunity, John. And thank you to the panelists on this discussion. Lively, I think it all depends on how aggressive TMA and organized medicine can approach our legislative friends and make sure that they carry the message of improving access to healthcare by improving the uninsured population, by maybe accessing those billions of dollars from the federal government. And as Senator Johnson said so well, it's a no-brainer. It has to happen. There's no reason why it should not happen. But there are, I guess, political lines that are followed, or hopefully they'll get a little fudgy. Telemedicine is here to stay. I think a lot of our patients like it. They don't have to get out of their pajamas, or they don't have to get out of their car. And honestly, I think they love it more because, when they have the doctor on the phone, they're just going to say one more thing. While I have you on the phone, I needed to ask you something else. And see, that's the whole passion about medicine. We've got to do anything and everything to provide our patients with what they need. This coming January, we really need individuals like you, Senator Johnson. I did not know you before, but you will get to know me. And I'm hoping that we can all work together to get our patients what they need.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. We really appreciate the time, and stay healthy, Texas.
Hi, I'm Representative Donna Howard. I have been asked to make some comments, partly I think because of my background in nursing, but I've also been paying a lot of attention, as all of us have, to what's going on with the pandemic. And there's some real specific things I think that we need to be paying attention to. Number one is the disparities that have come to our attention. We already knew that there were disparities in healthcare delivery, but it's been glaringly clear with the pandemic. We know that people of color are much more impacted by the COVID virus. We know that the rural folks in our community are also more impacted in terms of the lack of care that's available in the rural communities. And then once again, we saw the governor and the attorney general use the pandemic to try to shut down abortion access. Luckily, the courts overturned that. But the fact is, there were several days where not only could you not access abortion, but you couldn't access the well woman services that places like Planned Parenthood also provide. So I guess one of the biggest things, though, is that we know that over 1 million Texans have lost their insurance, that they had their employer-based insurance. So we've got to figure out a way to make sure that we leave no Texan behind as we move forward here. And we can be looking at some solutions. We need to reinstitute the Office of Minority Health, which used to be in existence, to address the disparities that we have in our healthcare system. I know that Representative Sean Theory has sent a letter to the governor asking him to create a task force to look at healthcare disparities. A lot of us signed on to that. As far as I know, there's not been a response yet, even though he apparently did have time to create a task force on murder hornets recently, which is very important in terms of our agri-health. But the fact is, it should at least be as important to look at the disparities in healthcare for persons of color in our state. We also need to be looking at our vaccine registry system, which needs to be updated. I've been working on that basically since I've been in the legislature, and we've got to have a robust system in place to make sure when this vaccine comes along that we're able to distribute it appropriately and make sure that those people who are not getting access to it have access to it. And guess one of the biggest things we need to be doing is expanding Medicaid. We already know we've left over $100 billion on the table, and we could take advantage of at least $10 billion a year coming to Texas immediately if we expanded Medicaid. So this is something that we absolutely have to do. And we really have a choice in the next legislative session about how we're going to address things. Are we going to balance our budget on paper only or on the backs of the most vulnerable? Or are we going to roll up our sleeves, find the necessary resources, and get to work to make sure that all Texans have access to health care? I know what my choice is. I hope you'll be joining me.
Hi, this is Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins. We can win big this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. So join our movement and give what you can. Your voice, your time, and your support. Text VOTES votes to 21333 to get started and enjoy your convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the Democrats fighting back against the rise of anti-Asian racism. Stay tuned.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
We Democrats believe in the United States of America. We know we're all in this together. We will defeat this plague, we will rebuild our lives, and we will save the planet. To do this, we have to first beat a bully and a liar who relies on hate and fear to divide us. Defeat him, and we will free millions of decent Republicans to work together with us to save the country we love. We must register every eligible voter, and we must help every registered voter vote. The first step is the easiest of all. Text the word Texas to 21333, and let's get started together.
Hey, it's Ben. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text votes to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hi, I'm Joe Moody, State Representative from El Paso. This year has brought us unprecedented challenges, but has also given us an unprecedented opportunity. We can change the face of Texas, and that starts with you joining our movement. You can step up today by texting VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333. I look forward to working with you in the months ahead. Enjoy the convention.
Hi, I'm Brittany Switzer. I am our Senior Brand Director at the Texas Democratic Party. I oversee our digital comms and research departments. If you're going to build an online community and you're wondering where you can get started, ultimately, just start talking to people and be yourself. Speak from the heart, speak from, your values and what you're fighting for. Maybe be a little funny, make some jokes and some memes along the way. Over time, if you're consistently posting and reaching out to people and different areas of the internet, you can build that community. And, some of my best friends I met online through Democratic politics. And I think that is something so special that we have now, is the ability to organize remotely. And that's something we've really seen through the coronavirus crisis is, keep reaching out to people. I think that's one of the hardest things, is maybe making that first comment or reaching out for the first time. But I think it always pays off. I got started at the Texas Democratic Party in 2014. Really, the reason why I'm here today is the same reason why so many people are here, is because of two women who, decided to step up for our reproductive rights in the Texas legislature. I was there for the Wendy filibuster. I got escorted out of the Capitol at midnight, part of the unruly mob, and I wasn't working at the party, but through that experience, I knew that I wanted to invest myself in electing Democrats. And even to this day, sometimes I feel like those two women don't get the credit they deserve for really igniting a movement in Texas. And now to, be here 6 years later and see how far we've come is truly amazing. It really is. I feel so lucky to be here and do the work that I do. Even, sometimes to look back at how far we've come and know that we're on the cusp of victory. We are going to flip the state, and it's because of the hard work of everyone on our team now and everyone who's come before us. I love being a Texas Democrat. I think that we are big and bold in our ideas. We are going to take back the state, and it's because we're fighting for fairness and justice and equality. We're making sure that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream, not just the rich, not just the privileged, everyone. I am so proud to be in that fight. I'm so proud to look to all of our Democratic elected officials and candidates and see them fighting for those same things.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the Democrats fighting back against the rise of anti-Asian racism. Stay tuned.
I want to welcome you all to a very pertinent topic. I am Varun Nakoor, president of the API Victory Fund. We're a national super PAC that's involved in engaging API voters and mobilizing them. And there probably could be a no better time in our country's history to have very topical and relevant conversations. And so I'd like to start by maybe introducing our three potential candidates today: Seema Larjvardian, Jean Wu, and Shri Kulkarni. And they'll have an opportunity in a minute to introduce themselves, talk about their races, talk about sort of the state of play in Texas, what the significance of their candidacies, what the significance of their elections are going to mean, not only for the places that they're running for in Texas, but there's obviously national and international implications for Democrats winning this fall. So let's dive right in. I'm going to start with Seema. So Seema, in your district, tell us a little bit about your district, and then, as you're having, I guess, more as of late, these personal, interactions through Zoom, as personal as you can get online. What you're hearing, what you're seeing, what's really moving to you, just in terms of the API community, some sort of negative things that are happening during this time by the racist rhetoric, quite frankly, that we're hearing not only in the White House, but at all levels.
So my district, I will represent District 2, which is all in Harris County. It's very gerrymandered district. And the district right now represent about 8% Asian Americans. It's about 40%, we have 40% Hispanic, Asian American, and African American. And sadly, within this time, it just really saddened me because this is such an amazing country of immigrants. And I'm also part of the AAPI community. And this pandemic has really continued to unleash really a tsunami of hate and scapegoating and scaremongering among individuals. And I get a lot of people contacted me that they're feeling scared because, just because of the way they look. And I think our leadership has been lacking, especially on every level, but our president calling this a Chinese virus, or Pompeo calling this a Wuhan virus, and encouraging these hate speech, it has affected the way people are. They're afraid. And I just talked to our DA and the sheriff, and there isn't enough reporting going on, considering how much of this rhetoric is going on. And sadly, in Houston, I know within the Asian community, who's been so active in, gathering masks, helping with food, and really helping with various different, on so many different levels, helping the community. They have been scared to just speak out. And like in Midland, Texas, it's just been so sad, heart-wrenching to see the stabbing of a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old because somebody who was 19, by watching TV or going on Facebook, really immediately thought, oh my God, they're going to give me, and they were Burmese, they were going to give me the Chinese virus. So we really have to make sure that we are Americans, we come together, and that's part of the reason that I'm running, is that I think, we have to fight against this policy of division and fear. And really, I do believe in as Lincoln said, in the better angels of our nature. And, that's why I'm running. And I think it's very important that as a community, all the communities come together and encourage everybody to stand up, speak out in a situation like this. It's already a very scary time for everyone, with loss of jobs and, everybody being afraid about the virus anyways. And on top of it, to have that added on. And I think as the API community as a whole needs to see that there's support coming from everywhere. I personally, I know that, in this country, there's been a history of potentially these kind of things coming from the president, like after, since the past 4 years, with such a hateful rhetoric coming out, sadly, it has fostered actions towards the Muslim communities, with the burning of the mosque close to here in Victoria, with the shooting in El Paso, and, sadly in Georgia in February, what happened with Ahmaud Arbery. So I think we just have to really stand up and be against any kind of hateful rhetoric. And right now, a lot of that is going towards the API community.
Thank you. Thank you. Jean, we'd love your thoughts on this. Tell us a little bit about your local district that you serve currently. Of course, you're running for re-election. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are the concerns of your community members?
Yeah, so I have the honor of representing one of the largest immigrant communities in Texas and maybe the entire United States. Almost 80% of the people in my district speak a language other than English, including me. And what I have seen is unprecedented fear and anger from the Asian American community. For a long time, the Asian American community had sort of been spared from the Republican and white supremacist attacks on other communities. So when we talk about Trump and other Republicans using language like the Kung flu and the Wuhan virus and the Chinese virus, that's really not any different than when Trump comes down the staircase and says that Mexico doesn't send their best, right, and said build the wall. And when they talk about black people and say, oh, those thugs, and when they talk about gay people and say, well, do you really want them in your bathroom? All those are sort of halfway coded language to denigrate and humiliate communities. And people can say, what's wrong with this? What's the big deal? It was from China. The thing is, look, we've done this long enough where we see past this. The community understands that what this means. It's meant to be harassing. It's meant to be mocking. It's meant to be humiliating. and the community understands this. They see it. And, you know, I think the Asian American community for now finally see what the Republicans are about, and they finally understand that the attacks that Trump has been making against other communities are just as hurtful. And for once, I'm very, very proud of our community, and I'm very glad to see that they are uniting and seeing that, like, look, if we push back against this, then we have to push back against the anti-Mexican rhetoric, we have to push back against the anti-Black rhetoric, and we have to push back against all the other groups, the hate that's been directed at all the other groups, because it's all the same play. They just changed the names around.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the irony in all of this, is that Trump is trying to court voters that he is essentially denigrating at the same time. So it's mind-boggling. Cheri, tell us a little bit about your district. Of course, you're running again. You came so close last time. Tell us a little bit about your district. Is there anything that you're hearing now that you have not heard before that maybe might be more alarming to you even? Just give us your thoughts.
Sure. So first of all, thank you for this opportunity to be here. I am the Democratic nominee for U.S. Congress in Texas's 22nd district, and we have about a 20% AAPI population, very high. And in fact, we have about 60% of our population is people of color in general. But up until this point, we have never had in our history a person of color of any sort representing this district, much less an Asian American representing Texas in U.S. Congress. But that's going to change this year. I can tell you, growing up here, I constantly was treated differently. I remember, in high school, a Black History program where my teacher said that we couldn't go to the Black History program because we weren't Black. And when I said, excuse me, she said, we're not, all of us here of European descent, Cheri, except for you. What race exactly are you? And my response at age 14 was, I consider myself part of the human race. And I think that's directly relevant to everything that's going on right now, because we're not just hearing it from bullies or people in our daily life, but we're hearing it from people in positions of power, and that impacts our entire society. I had a group of Muslim students who asked me, what can we do when we have Islamophobic attacks, because we are outnumbered? And I said, of course you're outnumbered by definition as a minority if you think of yourselves as just Muslim students. But if you think of yourself as Muslim students and Hindu students and Latino students and African American, and all of us who believe in a pluralistic democracy, that is the majority here. And so just like Jean said, and just like Seema said, we in the Asian American community have to think of ourselves as part of that broader community. When there is an attack on a Black church in Charleston, that doesn't just affect the African American community. When there's an attack on a synagogue in Pittsburgh, that doesn't just affect the Jewish community. When there's an attack on Latinos in a Walmart in El Paso, that doesn't just affect the Latino community, it affects all of us. After 2016, I had some friends who asked me, are you saying metaphorically you're scared about what's going to happen in this country, or are you saying you're physically scared? And I said, no, I'm physically more scared right now than I was before this election. And as you can see, when we have hate crimes against Asian Americans here, or against a Sikh Gurdwara in Wisconsin, or defacing a Hindu temple, all of these things are different aspects of the same issue, which is trying to scapegoat another group when you have problems. That's the real heart of the issue here. And if all of us who believe in American democracy come together, we can push this back, but we can't do it alone.
Yeah, so very important what you're saying, Cheri. In this past May 18th was the anniversary of the murder of Vincent Chin. You might recall, and Vincent Chin, for those that don't know, was murdered in the, I believe it was in the 80s, early 80s, late 70s. And he was murdered because, the economy in the US was in a free fall, and people were blaming, I believe it was Japanese imported cars coming to the country. They saw a person who looked Japanese, and it was sort of a really pivotal moment in this country. And my fear, I know all of our fears collectively is that we're going to, experience something like that again. And I know we are experiencing it. We see daily reports all around the country. So I want to pivot, and perhaps it's not such a graceful pivot, rather, because how do we pivot from fear and fear for our lives from a health perspective, and then the layered on fear or the embedded fear of that on top of that, we can't walk to the grocery store without someone saying something or someone doing something against our people, right? So, but I will pivot because I think that we are in the most pivotal year of the most pivotal election of our lifetimes. And we've said that many, many times, but frankly, unless anybody has lived through the last pandemic, we really are, because we need to see sort of like a wholesale directional change in this country, right? So I do want to ask each of you, how do we pivot? How do we bottle up that fear and that anger that we're feeling on the most base levels? How do we convert that? How are you personally in each one of your races converting that to hope, to action, to making sure that people get activated this election? Let's start with Cheri. We'll go reverse order this time.
So one of my favorite quotes from Martin Luther King is that darkness does not drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate does not drive out hate, only love can do that. And I think that's the right answer for us. It's easy to be angry and frustrated and upset, but that's not going to change the situation. And so I tell everybody in my campaign, when students are being terrorized in their schools, don't get mad at gun owners, get more students involved in the political process. When women's rights are being attacked like they are every day here, don't get mad at men, get more women involved in the political process. And when immigrants are being demonized like they are by this current administration, don't get angry, get more immigrants involved in the political process. And so that's what we've been trying to do over the last 2 years. We are now the only campaign in the country running in 21 different languages. And the reason that we're doing that is because most of these immigrant groups, in particular the Asian American community, have not been as actively involved in politics before, because your first instinct when you immigrate is to keep your head down, try to assimilate, start your business. You don't want to become a target. But that leads to politicians being able to attack people. And it could be from any community. In the 1800s, it was Germans and Irish. Now it could be Muslims or Chinese or Latinos, but it's the same pattern. And so in order to combat that, we have tried to become more inclusive. I always tell my campaign, diversity is who we are, but inclusion is what we do. So we've reached out to every single one of these communities. We have volunteers from these communities. We're making calls in these languages. And it's not just about the language that you speak. It's about when you get on the phone with somebody, if you start with just something, just a simple ni hao, or if you're an Ismaili Muslim and you say Yali Madad, for example, or Kim Cho to Gujarati, that makes all the difference in the world, because it's the same thing as if you go into a Black church and you don't know anything about African-American history or culture and you ask them to come and vote for me. People will look at you very skeptically, but if you say, I see you, your community has value, then you can pull in all of these groups. And so that's what our campaign has been doing, to run the largest relational organizing program in the country, where we are not just randomly knocking on doors, not randomly texting people or randomly calling people, but we are actually organizing. Every single one of our volunteers every day of early voting gets an email with all their friends, their family members, people who go to their mosque or their temple, to get them out to vote. So that's the way that we combat this, by using our diversity and turning it into inclusion.
That's right. That personal connection, so very important. And so pleased to hear that you're doubling down. You're not retrenching, you're not retreating, you're doubling down. Awesome. So great to hear. Jean, what are your thoughts? How are you trying to keep your folks motivated and inspired during this very, troubling and dark time?
Yeah, I think, the Asian American community, especially the ones that I talk to and interact with, I have never seen a community this fearful, this angry, but I've also never seen them this motivated. That there is now a resurgence, a true blooming of community activism, of people who have just come out of the woodworks, people who used to keep quiet and used to just keep their head down and say, like, I'm tired of this. I can't stand it anymore. It's personal now. I'm not just afraid for our country, I'm afraid for my family. Just like Cheri said earlier, this is about our community's personal safety. It's not going to end at name calling. It's not going to end at being chased and cursed at the grocery store. It's going to be physical attacks. It's coming. There will be another Vincent Chen. I mean, if we didn't already have one in Midland, there will be more cases. This is going to get much worse before it gets better. And I know the community is aware of this, and they're motivated to act. And I think for a lot of people who kind of sat on the sidelines and thought, well, this too will pass, have finally said, you know what? If we don't do something, if we don't push back, it's gonna get worse. And what we've seen, what I've seen so far in the community is that the groups are trying to organize town halls. They're trying to get in front of elected officials to say, hey, our community has genuine concern. You've never asked us how we have felt in the past, but we're coming to you now to tell you, don't, we will look at this when we vote in the fall. And some of it is also being channeled into charitable giving. Just like after Hurricane Harvey, the Asian American community really has stepped up. And I looked at a spreadsheet that was sent to me just a few days ago. We're at or over the $1 million mark for local Asian groups in terms of donations in the last 2 or 3 months. Over $1 million from just Asian American groups, and and I'm sure it's rising even faster. So I think what we need to do as candidates and as elected officials is to encourage, is to tell people you're doing a good job. This is the way it's done. Keep going. Don't stop. And especially, I know there's a lot of young people out there. There's a lot of young Asian Americans out there who, don't feel as constrained as their parents, like me, in speaking out. And we really want to say, you're right. Your instincts are right. It's not just about the community. You need to go speak out for your parents, because they have very strong views about this. They're scared about this as well. And they're angry that there are communities being targeted. Go and speak for them. They may not feel comfortable doing it, but you do. Go do it. Don't be afraid. Jump into it.
So very gratifying to hear that folks, as you say, are not mired in the despair, that you're seeing acts of, quite frankly, inspiration. Folks are getting activated. That's really gratifying to hear. Seema, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? How are you trying to keep folks engaged in this time?
I mean, look, you're very correct in saying that this is the most important election of our lifetime, because it actually matters. And I've seen how, how everybody has reached out to come together to make this difference. And I saw it after, once Trump was elected, actually. I think a lot of the communities realized that you need to get involved. I was personally involved in a group that was the whole purpose, was to bring the various communities that have been scared to get involved in the political process, to show them that their voices matter, And since then, you've seen, exactly as Jean said, and has Cheri has said, that those various communities, whether it being Muslim, Hispanic, Harris County and Fort Bend are the most diverse counties, fastest growing counties that are out there. So I think all the communities are realizing that it makes a difference, that they need to step up and actually be vocal about all this. And we need to unite and make that difference. It doesn't matter if it's, AAPI, Hispanic, African American, we all need to come together and make sure that that voice is there. And I'm getting a lot of calls as to, how do I get involved? What do I do? Who do I call? And I think what I've been telling everybody, look, it matters. Go to everybody within your community and tell them your vote matters. Get involved, call somebody, call your elected official. And, you know, I know there are other groups around, like the ADL has been pushing, you know, get involved and push for legislation to pass. And that's what I would like to do. The ADL has been pushing for someone to sponsor or co-sponsor the No Hate Act, which is really allowing people to, giving incentive for crime, you know, reporting hate crimes. And the other thing that what I've been telling everyone that I talk to is you cannot be a bystander. Like being a bystander throughout history, we've seen that you're as guilty as anyone else. You see something happening, you have to reach out, you know, call somebody, call the number and encourage them to get more involved. And I have seen, you know, with this primary, we had double the number of the people that came out and voted. So the base is all fired up. I think all the communities are in general fired up. And this pandemic has made everybody get more united and understand that we have to come together to, whether it's help, you know, on the nonprofit side, which has, you know, I've seen how people have stepped up from every community, and wonderful has been. And again, I think making everybody aware that elections do matter and we need to come together.
Very great. Appreciate that synopsis, I think, of what you all are hearing and seeing. That's really great that folks are motivated. So we're talking now more electorally. In case you all don't know, Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country today. I think you do know that. I'm saying that as an outsider, as someone who's stuck in my Beltway mindset, but it's very exciting. I'm getting heart palpitations just seeing these polling numbers. And I know polls don't vote, right? That people vote, and that we're you know, very excited outside of Texas to hear about, you know, how close the battle in Texas could be ahead. So we're going to get into a little bit more about Texas and the opportunities there that are going to come and play out this November. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, please, if you haven't already, text Texas to 21333, Texas to 2133. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, my name is Shamanti Hawk and I'm the digital director at the Texas Democratic Party. This is my dad, who not only supports the work that I'm doing, but also continues to support the Texas Democratic Party financially. And this is our very important family member, Zeus.
I've been a Democrat since I came to this country, and on Shamanti asked me she gonna start working in politics. I said good. So on she started working for Texas Democrat, and I get to see how party function. They do the mailing campaign via email. I used to get a lot of email. I'm so proud of her and happy to contribute to the work Shamanti and our co-worker is doing.
I'm an employee and a donor to the Texas Democratic Party because the work we're doing is truly going to change history. Texas is the biggest battleground state, and I hope that many more Texas Democrats, such as my dad, continue to acknowledge and support the work we're putting in ahead of November. On that note, if you'd like to join our movement and support our party as we turn Texas blue up and down the ballot, please text Texas to 21333. Again, that's Texas to 21333. Thanks y'all, and thank you for tuning in to our Texas Democratic Party convention.
Hey, it's Fort Bend County Judge KP George here. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
Okay, so we're back. Hope you had a good break. We're going to dive back in. We've talked about sort of the importance of Texas, not only winning the most local of elections all the way up to Congress and Senate. It's November, late on November 3rd, and we've won this election and we've won Texas. How do we now set a framework, if you will, for Congress, for your local offices to beat back on some of the rhetoric that we've seen? How do we legislate? How do we operate in a new environment of winning? Let's start with Seema. We'll go in the reverse order again.
So as Americans, we should all unite and stop spreading hatred and fear. And I think we have to publicly condemn, this racism that's going on. That's a very important part of any modern in government. And I think it's very important that we adapt special education programs, initiatives about this, strengthen our policing of what's going on, offer support to all these communities that are being victimized, and they make sure that they're feeling heard and they know what's going on. The other thing I really believe is that we have to hold our tech companies liable, because a lot of this hatred is being put on social media, and there has to be some responsibility there that we have to stop that. And as legislature, we can do that. And again, as I was saying before, sponsor bills out there like the No Hate Act that stop that. I mean, we had one of our greatest president, LBJ, who pushed for the Immigration Act of 1965, abolishing the national origins requirement and really starting this slew of incredible civil rights bill like the Fair Housing Act. Before then, Asians were not allowed to even own homes. So I think as leaders, as legislatures, we have to step up and make sure that all these things are covered so that this doesn't happen ever again. I mean, this situation, the immigrant ban or all these rhetoric of hate against any of these communities that spew on all this dangerous behavior, as leaders, we have to show that and make sure, and then also bring in legislation to do that.
Great. Gene, your thoughts there?
Well, I'm going to agree with everything Seema said, but I'm going to add pretty much just one thing. And a lot of what is being done to the community is already illegal. There's already laws against it. And it's not that we need laws to tell people not to vandalize property, not to kill people, not to hurt people. This is what I want to see. I want to see our democratically elected officials, when we sweep in November, I want to see them appoint Asian Americans to the top. And this is what I've said every time I was at a fundraiser with Hillary, every time I was at a fundraiser with Beto. Everybody that I meet, that I talk to, I only have one ask on behalf of the Asian American community. When you win, I want you to appoint somebody to the top. I want you to appoint an Asian American to the top. I don't care if they're Chinese, if they're Korean, if they're Pakistani, if they're Indian, whatever it is. I want you to put an Asian American, not to the undersecretary of getting coffee, but I want them to be someone who stand at the podium. And the reason is very important, because Asian Americans need visibility. Just like how Asian Americans make up almost 36% of the medical workforce that's taking care of coronavirus, but we make up less than 2% of hospital executive administration. And it's things like that. It's that Asian Americans are, we work hard and we're expected to work hard, but yet we're never seen at the top. And what I want to see a President Biden do is appoint people to the very top of the ticket, or top of the administration, to put them in positions where the American public can see them and say, Asian Americans actually are very good. We do very good work and we're part of this country.
Great, thank you, Gene. So very important that representation angle. Cheri, feel free to touch on the representation. I know that's very important to you. and also, you've won, right? We've had your victory celebration, and now we got to get to the hard work of legislating. Feel free to talk about how you will legislate, how you will represent.
Sure. So it's an interesting question because sometimes people have told me you can't legislate away racism, but the truth is leadership matters. It makes a difference. It makes a huge difference, not just to us, but to the younger generations, people growing up right now. Jean's point earlier about kids, sometimes what I see happening is that our parents' generation are the first ones to immigrate here. They feel like they can't say anything because there's so much pressure to assimilate. But if you're born here, if you grow up here and you're still treated like a foreigner, the same way I was when I was growing up, or you have a president who says, go back to your home country, to sitting members of Congress who are actually from the United States, or when you're promoting conspiracy theories like the first African-American president, son of an immigrant, faked his own birth certificate, millions of undocumented are illegally voting, climate change is a Chinese hoax, Muslim Americans were dancing in the streets after 9/11. This most recent conspiracy theory is just part of that pattern. And when you use terms like Chinese virus, there's no medical reason to do that. No public health official is doing it. That's a political purpose. So we have leaders who are setting this kind of example. When we get different leaders in positions of power, like we will in November, we need to set the opposite example to be more inclusive. Because as you said, representation does matter. It's that example that we're setting. The number of young people who come up to me who didn't have people like Jean to look up to, like I didn't have when I was growing up here in Houston. Now we have some more examples, but still there's such little representation. We've never had an Asian American elected to US Congress from Texas, but it's not equal on both sides. And that's what we have to get across to our colleagues, not the ones who are listening to this right now, but our friends and our family members, some of those ones that may have felt like they felt more aligned with the Republican Party in the past. The Republican Party, you can vote for them, but they won't vote for us. And what I mean by that is if you look at the Republican Party today, it looks nothing like America. 96% of the Republican Party in the state legislature here in Texas is white, in a state which is majority people of color. In the US Congress right now, we have one African American who's going to retire at the end of this year, then we'll have 0 African Americans, and we have 0 Asian Americans in the Republican Party. The Republican Party doesn't look like our society in 2020, and we have to ask, why is that? If we continue to have people in those positions of power who promote these kind of stereotypes, this kind of discrimination, then we're gonna raise a society like that. And it affects not only the immigrant kids, but it affects the other kids who think that that's an okay way to behave. We cannot have that. And for any of our business people out there who say, I associate with the Republican Party, what I tell them is, you could have all the money in the world. It doesn't matter if you're constantly treated like a foreigner, whether it's in Uganda, for example, the Indian community was one of the wealthiest communities and they were expelled. But right here in the United States, the Japanese American community was put into concentration camps in World War II. This has happened in our country. Right now, people who are on green cards are being discriminated against, even during the pandemic, or people who are married to people who have green cards right now under the current situation. So there's a phrase out there, because we do deserve to have a seat at the table, but if we don't have a seat at the table, then we are on the menu.
Right. There was so many great themes in what you three said, and I really appreciate that. The stat that I saw most recently about the PPP relief funds that have come to, were supposed to come to small businesses, that I think it was something around 90% for Black and 90% of Black and Latino businesses did not get access to any funds. And I think it was roughly 76% or so of AAPI business-owned businesses did not get access to any PPP funds. And so that, I think, is sort of a representation issue, as well as, perhaps that, it takes people who look like us to kind of lift that up from all the noise. I mean, when you're talking about trillions of dollars like flowing out into the economy, it really takes some more concerted effort, and representation is often the key to that. I'm going to open it up to all three of you on this specific topic. specifically on small business. I think this is very, very important. And what can we do perhaps on a state, on a more local basis to ensure that businesses are getting access to funds so that, we don't let whole sectors of our economy die. I'll just throw that open to any three of the panelists.
I think one of the most important thing we need to do, and your point is very correct, is that I think people within the communities, first of all, may not understand how to apply for some of these loans. And then you get no from a bank because the bank is not necessarily looking at you. So we have to be very supportive and be able to explain to them and help them through the process, because that is part of it. And I think it's very important to support our local API businesses, get takeout from them and ask other people to just make sure that they're frequented so that there is no prejudice as far as, what kind of a business is open. But on the PPP side and the SBA loan side, I've talked to many people within these communities, whether being API, Muslim, Hispanic, or African-American. A lot of it is lack of information or not knowing where to go through. So I think, I know Representative Wu is very available, just making yourself available to give that knowledge out, because a lot of people within these communities are also not necessarily on Facebook, Twitter, or whatever. So access to information is not as much. So making sure that, you let people know that within those communities so that everybody knows absolutely what is the best way to go about getting the PPP loan or the SBA loan. It's a very convoluted process to begin with.
Right.
And I think that's very important.
Yeah, and it's access to the information, but it could also be access in a language that people are comfortable in hearing. That specifically, Cheri and Jean, if you wanted to talk about that a little, yeah.
I think there is I can't speak for the Hispanic and African American communities, but I think for the Asian American communities, there's some reluctance too. I mean, like the Trump administration has spent all this time talking about the citizenship question, talking about the public charge rule, and you have a lot of Asian American business owners who are immigrants. And I think for a lot of them, even though it's not true and nobody has said anything to this aspect, there's sort of a feeling of like, hey, we got to be careful asking for government money because, what if they hold this against us in the future? I think, and it's something that is, I think, a lot of Asian American businesses are mom and pop operations. I think they're scared that it's too much for them to do. They're scared that they don't qualify. And especially when you see on the news that it's like Papa John's getting $30 million, they say, well, that's not us. Obviously that money's not for us because all these giant corporations are getting millions of dollars. We can't compete with that.
Right. So, Cheri, did you want to add something there?
Sure. So from my experience working in the U.S. Senate, what I saw there is that the Republican Party tries to sell itself to the Asian American community as pro-business, but there's a big difference between being pro-small business, pro-entrepreneurship, pro-innovation, and pro-corporate regulatory capture. And so when I talk to small business owners here, because that's truly at the heart of these immigrant communities, when we arrive here, we start our small business, but I ask them, are you getting subsidies from the government? Because if you look at the top 100 corporations in America, even before the pandemic, they were getting on average $1.4 billion a year of tax subsidies. And I ask, are you getting $1.4 billion for your restaurant or your hotel or your small business here? And of course they're not. And so I think it sets up this false contrast that Republicans are pro-business and pro-growth and Democrats are anti. Not at all. Our party is actually pro-entrepreneurship. It's pro the small business owner, the mom and pop store, as Jean was talking about, or the startup who is trying to innovate in their industry. And what we've seen is just like you said, especially in this situation, the larger corporations who have access to lobbying groups and have access to influence, they can squeeze out smaller businesses. So even if you've been doing well up until now, there's a lot of small business owners here in my district who are on the point of failing right now. And so we need to make sure that both in our relief packages, but even after the pandemic, that we are prioritizing those small businesses, the ones who employ so many people, the ones who create all of these new jobs here, and they don't use the whatever assistance they get for a stock buyback, for example, like what happened after 2008 and 2009. We need to make sure that we put strings into any of these relief packages so that they don't, the programs don't get abused by the largest players.
That's right. I think there's going to be a huge oversight function in the next Congress, certainly more than in this Congress, at least on the Senate side, with that quality control of, like, did folks get funds that really needed the funds? Likely a lot went to Trump's cronies. So we have just a few minutes left. Last question for the panel. What can we do to reach out to API community members and workers at this moment, and what can we do for the long term? Let's start with maybe Seema, and then go to Jean, and then Cheri.
I mean, look, generally, we just have to stand up against racism and hatred. And in the short term, I think we just have to make sure that the API community doesn't feel isolated. So check on, encourage everybody to check on their friends, on their relatives, encourage reporting of any incidents of xenophobia, of racism. Again, as I said, I was very surprised when our DA and the chief of police said that they barely had anyone reporting anything. So I think it's very important that they know that it's a safe space. They have to call the police. Encourage everybody not to be bystander, educate as to the issues that are involved. And more than anything, we're here to support them. We have to stand together and supporting our local API businesses, as we talked about. And I think on a long term, this building of coalition that you had started talking about, because it matters that we all stand together, all the communities together, fighting back against this, situation of hatred going on, fighting against white nationalism, fighting against these domestic right-wing groups. And, we're all Americans, and we all have to stand together against intolerance. And I see that happening already, and I know it's going to happen.
Fantastic. Jean?
I think we're doing, what we're doing now is what we need to continue to be doing, but we need to do more of it. And I think what we can do to support the community is also what we need to do to help win this state and turn Texas blue. And that is come into our community and tell people we support you. We're with you, we stand with you, we understand your pain, and we're coming to support you. And I think part of it is elected officials, candidates need to be vocal and need to speak out and say, like, we oppose this hateful rhetoric. We oppose this language that marginalizes and demeans communities, and we support those communities. And I think the Republicans have made themselves abundantly clear that they much more support their base than the communities that vote for them and give them money. And so we need to go back to those communities and say, they're taking you for granted. You've done all this stuff for them for all these decades, and all you ask in return is to stop hateful language, and they refuse. Come to us. Come to Democrats. We welcome everyone. We love everyone. We support everyone, and we want you to be safe. We want you to be happy. And you know what? We can build a pathway forward where everyone gets representation. And I think that's the message that needs to go out, and we need to, beat that drum again and again in the community.
Thank you, Jean. Cheri, we just have a few seconds left.
So what we're trying to do here is not just run a single-time political campaign, but we're trying to run the largest community organizing effort we've ever had here in Texas and across the country. And so as we go forward, especially during the pandemic, we want to lean on that relational organizing, like I said, where we take what used to be a weakness that immigrants could be demonized, and we turn it into a strength by bringing not just 3 or 4, but 300 or 400 people and families together, because our networks are so tightly organized in our communities. We're doing it in multiple languages, 21 languages right now. We're doing it virtually, we're doing it online. And so if you want to join our effort, I encourage you to come to our campaign academy. We're doing it every Sunday, training people how to organize in a virtual environment under a pandemic, how to do it in multiple languages, how to do relational organizing. So come join us at www.shri2020.com. That's SRI2020.com. And if we do that, if we bring our communities together, we can push back against this wave of hatred, fear, and division, and replace it with reason, compassion, and decency.
Cheri, thank you. Jean, thank you. Seema, thank you so much. Amazing insights, amazing panel. Texas Democrats, you are the most inspiring Democrats in the entire country. Go to every nook and cranny, get every last vote out, turn Texas blue. Let's go win this. Thank you.
We're gonna win this.
Hey, it's Tarek, and I wanted to quickly share why I give to the Texas Democratic Party. It's because when I turn on the news these days, I barely recognize what's going on, especially when week after week, Republicans seem intent on fighting all the wrong battles, from attacking women's rights to the right to vote, to putting the economy over the safety of its citizens. It's why it's so important that the state Democratic Party has the infrastructure to fight back and elect new leaders. I know from personal experience that in the face of crisis, the TDP staff doesn't skip a beat. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Every dollar you give helps fuel a progressive movement up and down the ballot. Chip into the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Thanks.
Coming up next, we have our panel, Making History, the story behind the first ever LGBTQ+ caucus.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Hey y'all, it's Julian. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give whatever you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES at 21333. Again, that's VOTES at 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention. Bye.
Let me start again. What is my job? Hi, my name is Marco Antonio Arantia, and I am the Deputy County Services Director, as well as the Party Affairs Coordinator. Well, I've been doing politics for the last nearly decade. You know, there's a couple of like high and low points. I mean, there has been the night where I was working for my local county party. We had a fantastic night and Obama won. And there's also the night where I was working for my county party, had a fantastic night, but Donald Trump won. So that was sort of a mixed feeling. But I think what has been most rewarding overall has been to come to the state party, and with all my experience before that and also at the state party, to be able to help hundreds of candidates and thousands of activists do what they need to do to be more successful, to have higher win margins, how to close those margins in those counties from 35, 65 county to 40, 60 county, and to see, those things just flip from red to blue in races or countywide. It's just really rewarding and a struggle that I'm continuing to love helping with. I think if someone's just getting their start in politics, it's all about being resourceful, utilizing a lot of the skills that you already know, and building that network, building that connection with people, and learning sort of the systems that are already in play and figuring out where you want to try to make changes. But learning from those old hands, one of the things, it's funny, I didn't think about it till the other day, but I think since I've gotten my start here in local politics in Austin, Travis County, Central Texas area, it's really good to learn from people who have been doing it a while and been doing it successfully. It's really rewarding and is a lot of fun. I think that's what sort of draws me to politics so much. The struggle of trying to make things better. It's just so many wonderful stories, and it's very enjoyable for me to be involved in that, and that's what makes me want to keep going and keep fighting and keep helping people, because I love the fight of it all. My experience in politics has been a bit broad, and also my my work in government when I was in the military, or working for the State Department. I think it gives me a background of being a problem solver, and so a lot of the things that I do to help out Democrats across the state every day, I want people to be better political operatives so that they can win more. I think that's the end goal of all of us as Democrats, putting the best person in office at the local and federal level so we can get good stuff done to help people get that fair shot that they deserve and put good policies in place.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Coming up next, we have our panel, Making History, the story behind the first ever LGBTQ+ caucus. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Lauren McGahee. I'm a reporter with the Dallas Morning News based in the capital city of Texas, Austin. And today we are here with the LGBTQ caucus. These are the 5 inaugural members of the caucus, which was brand new as of 2019. And I'm very happy to be here to talk to them about their experience being Texas legislators and what we might be looking forward to in terms of LGBTQ rights in Texas and beyond. So we are obviously all separate, and I'm happy that everyone is able to join us. I'm just, for full disclosure, I'm wearing stretchy pants with jack-o'-lanterns on the bottom. So I only look professional on the top. Second time I put on makeup in like 2 or 3 months. So we're gonna keep this breezy and freewheeling discussion about being a Texas legislator and being a member of the LGBTQ community. And instead of rattling through the bios of our legislators, I'm just going to have each of them introduce themselves with a fun fact about themselves that they think their other caucus members may not know about them. So this is, fun could be anything, right? So come on, ladies, like, you know, you could think of anything. And I will offer a fun fact first to get us going, since this can be kind of a weird and difficult thing. And I will say, let's see, I own probably close to 2 or 3 dozen wigs, and am known to, when I'm too lazy to wash my hair, which is happening more and more these days, I will show up in public as a different person in a wig with a name and a persona. So that's my fun fact. So we're gonna start with the caucus chair, which is Mary Gonzalez of El Paso. So tell us your fun fact.
Wow. Okay, so I'm taking an online class right now from Yale. It's called the Science of Well-Being, and I had to take a character strengths test. And so it ranks 1 to 25, and my 25th worst character trait is sense of humor. I'm like the least. It kept on asking me, "Are you funny?" And I'm like, "I'm not funny. I'm not funny." And so I have no sense of humor.
Well, that's sad. I don't know if that's happy.
I'm actually really proud of it. So.
Is that true? Other caucus members? Is she just totally not funny?
No, I think Mary has a great sense of humor.
All I know is Mary laughs at the Game of Thrones memes I send her.
Yes, I'm all for Game of Thrones memes.
Well, good. Okay, first fun fact. So now we're gonna go Vice Chair Jessica Gonzalez of Dallas. What is your fun fact?
My fun fact, I think that maybe Julie would know maybe my fun fact because we were roommates during session. But I know that everyone's used to seeing me in heels, which I probably own. I don't even know how many pairs of heels that I own. But outside of when I don't have to wear heels or a dress, I do love my cargo pants. I know that sounds so stereotypical.
Oh, no.
Working socks. So that's my usual attire. That's my quarantine attire right now. Well, maybe not the carpet because it's been kind of warm, but yeah. So that's maybe something that my other caucus colleagues do not know.
I will admit that I have a pair of plastic shoes that they're kind of like a cross between Crocs and what you were just talking about, and they're the worst, but I love them, and they're the only thing I've worn for 2 months. So, yay. Okay. Fun fact, Julie Johnson of Carrollton.
Oh, goodness. I guess since we're kind of in a theme of clothing, I'll just go in with that. And I guess my fact is that I have not put on a dress in at least 10 years.
Why?
Because it's just not comfortable to me. I can't wear the heels. I'm too tall and I can't walk in them very well, and they look stupid on me in flat shoes. So I've become a lesbian in a pantsuit. Like,
no one will fault you for that, I'm sure. Okay, fun fact, Celia Israel.
Well, I think
The fun fact is, not everybody knows this, but I really love college football. I miss college football, and I'm really going to miss college football if we don't have it because of this stupid virus. But then since we've been in, ESPN has run out of things to do on ESPN, I've been watching college football games from years past, and I actually stop and I'm like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen here. And I watched Auburn lose to the Golden Gophers last night, and it's fun all over again. It's like that. There's that song that says like the goldfish sees the castle and is always surprised and amused. I've become the goldfish who's like, oh look, it's a college football game. Let me sit down and see what's going to happen. So I mean, that really, I love that. It's relaxing to me, and I enjoy it very much, even though they're on reruns now.
Well, right now it's all about the little things, right? Whatever keeps us happy.
Yeah,
whether
feels
it's
good.
Pants or taking classes or whatever it may be. So thank you for that fun fact. All right, last fun fact. Erin, give us your fun fact.
Well, it won't surprise my fellow caucus members for me to say that I'm definitely a little bit of an animal nut. I currently have 3 horses, a mule, 6 chickens, a pot-bellied pig who came with the house, and my dog plus my grandmother's dog who's living with us. But this is really scaled down from my childhood. There was a point when I was about 10 or 11, I actually ran a hamster breeding operation and peaked out at like 50 something hamsters that I was breeding like Russian dwarf hamsters and selling them to all the pet shops in the like North DFW area. And I could always sell mine because they're notorious biters, and I would hand tame them all. So at one point I had 50 hamsters. I am still, kind of fighting the impulse to constantly get more animals. I narrowly avoided like impulse buying a milk goat near the start of this pandemic. It will probably surprise no one to know that milk goat prices are steady as people worry about being more self-sufficient.
Thank you for the ag report. Mary was supposed to do that.
Yeah, but right now, like
more coming later.
right now, my main coping mechanism with everything is like obsessively looking for future ponies for my daughter on like horse marketplaces.
If you want to adopt me, I also am interested in having someone buy me a pony. So, just saying, as a daughter that never got a pony growing up in Los Angeles, interested in that. So we are here to talk about the LGBTQ caucus, which was brand new as of last session. Some of the legislators that we have on this panel are not brand new, and were here before, but we saw the number of out LGBTQ lawmakers who are currently in the legislature more than double in 2018 with the election of 3 of our panel members here. And just for everyone that's watching, Mary Gonzalez was elected in 2012. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes, I'm old.
And Celia Israel in the orange shirt was elected in 2014. And before the 2 of them, there was only 1 out LGBTQ member of the legislature. So with now, there has been 6. And with the election of the 3 of our panelists in 2018, that more than doubled the number of currently elected out members. So it was a banner year for LGBTQ politicians. And so the first question I wanted to ask y'all to explain to the convention goers here about what is the LGBTQ caucus and why now? Why did you form it now? Was it a sheer numbers game? Was it just, wow, now we suddenly have 5 people? Or was there something that you felt you needed to respond to in real time that year you all came together? So talk amongst yourself, tell me what you think. Why 2019? What was the first year we saw an LGBTQ caucus?
It was not anything that I remember distinctly when we talked about it. We were either on the steps or on the floor, and I think we just it just naturally said, let's form a caucus. It wasn't a strategic maneuver. I think, and for me, I was like, there is strength in numbers, and I know there's value in this caucus being a caucus at some point in the future. In the 140-day cycle, you have the ups and the downs, and you just never know when you're going to need a squad. And in this case, we knew we could hang together. The Democratic caucus, we're all Democrats, of course. The Democratic caucus was like, great, you guys do that stuff. It's kind of like the Women's Caucus does the women's healthcare issues. So the Democratic caucus was more than happy to, of course, have us do it. But us being a unit, we didn't think national media. We weren't thinking strategy. We just thought we should get together.
Anyone else want to weigh in on that, on the timing?
I completely ditto everything Celia said. What I'm really proud of is caucuses serve a role of institutionalizing places at the table. So especially when you have backroom debates and or negotiations, the backroom is very intentional about bringing in someone from the Black Caucus, the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, the Dem Caucus, the Republican Caucus. And by us having our own caucus, it allowed for us to ensure that our community and our voices would be institutionalized.
And I'll add that, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily just because it was about the numbers, but I would say that, yes, it's somewhat about the numbers. And the way that we, ended up forming was, organic, right? We were on this stairwell outside of the floor. But, being from Dallas and being very involved in the Dallas LGBTQ community, for very many years, I think that, when people saw that, we had 5 out members that got elected, they were asking for it. And I think that they needed something positive to believe in. And I think they needed to know that they were going to have these 5 women that were going to be in the House that were going to advocate, for these issues that were important to our community, but then also fight against these issues that we saw the previous session, like the bathroom bill. And so, I think that, yes, it was somewhat numbers, but I think that, our community needed it throughout our state. And I think also just throughout our country as well.
Yeah, and I kind of want to dovetail on what Jessica was saying. Even in our campaigns, there was so much publicity of the fact that we had a record number of LGBTQ candidates running this in 2018. And there was a lot of national and state and local media coverage concerning the sheer numbers of new candidates that were willing to be out, willing to put their name on the ballot, and willing to step forward. And then once we won our elections, and I think it was important that we coalesce to try to capture that momentum and bond together and be a force going through the legislative session.
So that's actually a perfect segue. I know, Erin, sounds like you looked like you were about to say something, but I actually want to dovetail off of that, to use your word, dovetail. That, so often, either in election cycles or when after you're elected, you become an elected member officially, or even just in life, LGBTQ people are kind of pigeonholed, right, as being one thing. You're a lesbian member and we're only going to write about you if for that reason, or we're only going to cover your campaign because we see it as, some kind of topic that is going to get clicks. And I wanted to ask about identity and about difficulties you might have in overcoming being pigeonholed as one thing when we're all many things, whether you identify as lesbian, we don't have any openly trans members of the legislature, but we have on this panel, we have lesbian identified people, we have bisexually identified people, and we have pansexually identified people. I know that Mary and I both also interchangeably use the word queer. And yet so often that seems to be the primary or sometimes the only spotlight. How have you overcome being thought of as just an LGBTQ lawmaker and push that past that to other issues that you feel passionate about?
Erin, why don't you talk? Erin, I mean, for those of you watching, Erin was a complete and total badass on environmental issues. She owned the issue. Texas legislature has been quite content to just throw that whole scientists and data thing under the rug. Let's not talk about it. And she brought it to the House floor.
Yeah, and I probably have the most unusual situation with this as well. I am bisexual. I was out on the campaign trail, but I'm also married to a man, and I have a young daughter, and we make a nice little heteronormative picture. And so even though I was out on the campaign trail, not a lot of people figured it out. It wasn't a secret, it was openly discussed, but it never sort of took fire in the district, and wasn't written about a whole lot. And then I went from, being this bisexual candidate on the trail, suddenly was a founding member of the LGBTQ caucus. And I went from being like lowercase out to like all caps with exclamation points on either side out overnight, in this way that was pretty dramatic. I remember being a little bit frustrated in the first month or so that I kept getting more interviews about being an LGBTQ member of the legislature.
I think
yes, Lauren, you were responsible for some of those.
Yeah, apologies.
You were the first one, actually. And I was just like, can I just like talk about this pipeline in my district? Like, could you all call me about that? I'm really mad about this pipeline. And again, I think our work is really important, but we all have identities outside of being LGBTQ. And we all want to work on that issue and other issues. And to me, that's actually one of the tremendous strengths of us as a caucus, is our other issues are also disparate. So having 5 out members means that both Texans and our colleagues get to see that there isn't a stereotype. We are across the breadth of both the issues and personalities and interests. And so, I just kept doing my work on the environmental issues and speaking up on those.
I think that I'll add that I think that, at least I can speak, at least to those of us who campaigned more recently, the 3 of us who got elected last cycle, when we were campaigning, we weren't campaigning on the fact that we were part of the LGBT community. We were all campaigning on wanting to represent our individual districts. And so we were wanting to to represent our districts based on the issues that were important there. And we carried that to the House, and that's what got us elected. And those are the issues that we worked on. Those are the committees that we worked on. Those were the pieces of legislation that we filed and that we advocated for, whether it's healthcare, whether it's transportation, whether it's education, whether it's affordable housing, criminal justice reform, whatever it is. Those were the issues that we were fighting for. And at the end of the day, we got elected just the same way that everybody else did, whether they're LGBTQ or not. And that's what we presented ourselves, and that's what that's how we carried ourselves as legislators. And so, I don't think that necessarily came up, or that necessarily pigeonholes us into just being, LGBTQ legislators, because we all have different issues that we're advocating for in order to represent our districts.
All right. Anyone else want to add anything? Okay, so we're going to take a quick break now, and we will be right back with y'all with more from the LGBTQ caucus.
Hi, I'm Tyler Mitchell. I am the Candidate Services Director here at the Texas Democratic Party. I work with all of our campaigns across the state. I originally grew up in South Carolina, grew up pretty poor with single mom who's a server. I grew up in much like Texas has been for a long time, in a sort of Republican monopoly of government. It was always clear to me like how toxic that was for people like my mother, who never had the kinds of opportunities that I had. It also became increasingly clear to me that despite the kind of Republican control of a lot of these southern states, there was and is a new coalition of activists and voters that are young and diverse and progressive, that are really working on building a new South. And Texas is really the frontier of building that new South. It is the front lines of the battle for that. We saw that in 2016, we saw it in 2018, and we're gonna see it again in 2020. And there's not a place I would rather be fighting that battle, because I know this is going to be the first place that we flip. Flipping a lot of other southern states is my dream. To me, being a Texas Democrat has a lot of other implications outside of just Texas. What happens here in Texas has a lot of implications across the country. So goes Texas, so goes the nation. But it's true. We can think about a lot of different levels of government here in Texas, but take the State Board of Education, dramatically affects the way education happens across the country. And the fact that we don't have more Democrats on that board yet has a significant impact on how people across the country are teaching their kids. For me, being a Texas Democrat bears a responsibility really for the direction of all of America. And that's what keeps me going, is knowing that the work we're doing here, whether that's me or that's a volunteer or that's our chairman, it has a direct and sizable impact on the future of America.
Hey everybody, State Representative Ina Minjades of San Antonio. We're going to win Texas this year. We're going to turn it blue. But us Democrats, we've got to work together as a team. So come on, join our team. Text votes to 21333. Let's get to work and win Texas.
We are here with the 5 inaugural members of the caucus. We have Mary Gonzalez, who was elected in 2012. We have Celia Israel, elected 2014. And we have our 3 other members, elected 2018, brand new members. Thank you so much for being here and talking to us about these really important issues. So lawmakers next meet in 2021. It's coming up quicker than y'all think. I know for me, it seems like 2 years is a long time and then it whizzes by. And I wanted to ask about last session, about 2019, which was the first session for 3 of you. Oftentimes there's, and I know that us in the media are guilty of this, we focus on the negatives, the fights, the bathroom bills, all that kind of thing. But what were some of the wins from the 2019 session for y'all? What were the highlights for you? Give me some good news. I think we all need it right now.
Texas had a hearing on my bill, which would ban and end the practice of conversion therapy, which in my view is a sin. The fact that we allow people to have a license and take money from a family in order to say I can fix your kid when that kid doesn't need fixing, that kid needs love, is a big deal. And Symphony Thompson, of course, the dean of our delegation, was chair of the Public Health Committee. So I went to her early and said, Ms. T, I know it's not going to pass, but it would mean a lot to so many people if we just had a hearing. And it turned out that it did. It was emotional for me to get through it, which was frustrating because, as women, we're like, I'm not going to cry, and then I cried. But I was hearing, it was coming from a very emotional place, and I think I realized this past session more than ever that kids and their families are watching, regardless of how they identify themselves. They were watching, and that hearing got a lot of attention, and those of us who were watching us on the House floor with our gymnastics to stop bad legislation, that does harm to people to know. But on the other hand, it helps people to know that there are people like us who are fighting for good stuff. And in that sense, to have a hearing, to call people out for a harmful thing such as reparative therapy, it felt really good. And I know that's, for some people, that's not a victory, but to have a hearing, to have an emotional hearing, and to excuse me, to air out the topic was a big damn deal. So it was a groundbreaking session in that sense.
So just to let convention goers know what conversion or reparative therapy is, it is the practice of, sometimes it's a psychologist or psychiatrist, or some kind of a therapist who are oftentimes they're licensed by the state of Texas, and they provide a service in which they claim they can make someone who identifies as LGBTQ turn away from those feelings. Sometimes they use the word cure, sometimes religious teachings are involved, sometimes it is more under the guise of psychiatry or psychology. Other states have outlawed the practice, but Texas has not. It was the first year that legislation was heard in committee. So the first time that Texas legislators actually heard from people who had undergone the therapy in a formal setting.
Yeah.
Anyone else? What were wins for you all? Obviously, these were battles with people on the other side of the conversation. So, speak to that as well. If something that you felt maybe you had a win on, but what kept you from getting further along in the process on that legislation, or even just personal relationships with people?
A win I think we had, we did have, we had a better than last session in terms of what type of legislation came to the floor. But one of the wins we had was when the bad LGBTQ bill came forward, the License to Discriminate bill. We negotiated with the floor and the author and the speaker, and we got a really critical vote on workplace discrimination protections for LGBTQ Texans. And again, I know this, kind of like Celia mentioned, it doesn't always sound like a win, but it is a win that now everyone who went and voted against that has to answer for it this next election cycle and has to tell their constituents why. And I believe that's the first time we've gotten a vote on workplace discrimination protections on the House floor in Texas.
I think for me, one of the issues that I got really passionate about, that wasn't an issue that I was necessarily passionate about before I started at the legislature, was human trafficking, and how LGBTQ community, especially transgender community, are accessible to being victims of commercial sex trafficking. One of the things that I was successful on was adding money to Article 1 of the budget, and more than double the money that would go to pre and post programs to help victims of human trafficking. So I feel like that was something that was very positive that came out from my work in the legislature.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we as a group really worked hard to defeat a lot of bad anti-LGBT bills that came through. We defeated 22 together, which was very good and very impactful, I think, for our community as a whole. But for me personally, it was on the healthcare front. I filed several bills relating to improved healthcare access for the LGBT community. Like one particular thing was removing prior authorization requirements for people with HIV and AIDS treatments to get their medications streamlined so they're not having to go through so many bureaucratic nightmares to get their medications refilled just on a 30-day basis supply. And but I think more importantly, one of the things that I'm most proud of is just the collective voice that we had as a group on the floor and the witness that we provided to our other members on the House floor. It's really hard to hate up close. And when they get to know us and they get to know our families and our spouse and my kids and everybody else, and Erin had her baby everywhere. When they get to know us as people and you become friends in other contexts, and then for them to have to take votes that are so personally harmful to each of us on an individual basis, that really moves people, and it moves the needle and it moves the dialogue. And so I think just the collectiveness of our presence was one of the biggest wins that came out of this session, and what it did for the tone of discourse the tone of conversation and what it represented to so many Texans.
That's a perfect segue for my next question. Thank you. What was it like interacting with fellow lawmakers? I think of other caucuses. You know, you have the Republican caucus, Democratic caucus. You mentioned the Women's Caucus. There's a lot of individual groups. On the potentially on the opposite side of the political spectrum from the LGBTQ caucus is the Texas Freedom Caucus. So there's a lot of, you sit next to these folks, they're fellow lawmakers, you're in a very confined space for 140 days. What was it like one-on-one working with them? I know that some of you have worked over many sessions with them. Some of you are new to this this political environment. Were you surprised what it was like interacting with people who you know, whose religion they say teaches them that being an LGBTQ person is a sin, which I know that Representative Israel has dealt with directly on the mic, back and forth talking with people. What was that like on a personal level? I know this is a tougher question because it deals with interpersonal relationships, but you hear that lawmakers are friends at the end of the day, sometimes regardless of political stances on things. So what was that like?
I think this speaks to kind of what your question 2 times back was about the intersectionality of who we are as human beings and our basically what the
hashtag, I'm just saying.
And for all of y'all who are playing a drinking game with us today, now you can drink to the word intersectionality.
Bingo.
So, but I will say, one of the things that I think is really powerful about the caucus and then our work independently is the ways in which we humanize ourselves. So having a caucus means that we aren't, that box we get put into allows for that box not to be so small, right? Because it diversifies us. And then as we get to work on other issues, like for example, I'm very passionate about agriculture issues. That helps me build relationships with folks across the aisle all the time. And then they're like, oh, Mary Gonzalez, just much like Aaron's Wiener, can talk about commodity prices, right? And then you start building relationships. You don't have everything in common. And even though some people have some things I really disagree with, and even though they may have very hurtful and hateful understandings of who we are as a people, our first priority is to protect Texas and Texans. And so if we put that goal at the forefront, then we know that us taking the high road, us building those relationships is necessary. And I'll give a good example as someone who's been in the legislature now 4 terms, is there are people who I started out with who had very hateful perceptions of LGBTQ identity, who now their perception has changed, not just because of my relationship with them, but because of other relationships. But I would say also because of our friendship. And so I'm really proud that the legislature is very different than Washington, D.C. and creates an environment that does allow for more friendships.
I think that I'll add that I think I was pleasantly surprised. You know, everybody seemed really friendly, that, you know, you do start to create friends with our Republican colleagues and things of that nature, but it does get very difficult when we get to the hard issues. You know, when we have these bills, you know, I serve on the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee, and we had these bills that would, you know, get presented in our committee, and I would talk to my colleagues that, you know, want my support on their bills, that want our support on their bills. And you know, you ask them, you know, do you really think that I should be treated the same way that you should? And you think of them as being a friend, as a colleague, someone that you work with every day, and that they will straight up say, well, I can't vote for that because I have to vote my district, even though an overwhelming majority of Texans don't believe that. And so they really don't really know their district. And so that gets really difficult. I think my colleagues here would agree that, you know, when we, you know, gave our speeches, you know, on that, what is coined as the Chick-fil-A bill, you know, we all gave very emotional speeches, and, you know, looking at our colleagues, and it was a very emotional moment for us, and seeing them press that red button, I think was really difficult because, you know, as Mary said, we have humanized the issue, but I think at the end of the day, you know, they give, you know, there's an excuse of voting their district in a certain way. And so it does get very difficult when it comes to those hard issues.
Well, Lauren, let me say that if we can take care of a lot of this angst and relationships that have been harmed and or tested by flipping the House into the control of the Democrats. So that we have the gavel, we control the agenda, we determine the flow of things. And I firmly believe that Democrats, especially Democratic women, are much more pragmatic when it comes to establishing priorities that mainstream Texans are gonna see. So you know, that's the big prize for a lot of us. And we've been doing harm to our relationships and to that proud Texas tradition, because our colleagues across the aisle have been pandering to 5% of the electorate. And we're gonna fix that this November. Get out the damn vote, put the gavel in our hands, and let's start to change things.
So we have about 10 minutes left, and that's perfect timing, because I want to ask, we had in May, actually, I believe it was May 12th. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the death of Amy Stevens, who was the plaintiff in the case before the US Supreme Court regarding transgender rights in the workplace, but also just broadly LGBTQ rights in the workplace. And this seminal Supreme Court case about whether federal protections that protect women from discrimination in the workplace also protect people who identify as LGBTQ. So I wanted to ask, in that vein, what is on the horizon, you think, in 2021 for the Texas legislature? There's a lot of stuff happening on the national level. The Trump administration, there's been a lot of changes, but in terms of the Texas House and the Texas Senate, what are going to be the banner issues for LGBTQ people to watch for next year?
Well, I'm very concerned about the Republicans' attempts at the extension of their freedom of religion efforts to justify discrimination, and the different broad ways that they're going to try to attach that to a variety of legislative priorities to restrict our community and really discriminate against our community and others. And so I'm very, very concerned about that. You know, we saw the taste of that last time, and I believe if you look at the momentums that's happening in other states, they're going to try to take that extension even farther, which, to Celia's point, is why we need to flip the House so that we have a body that can really prohibit that kind of discriminatory and hateful-based legislation from even getting past go. But I'm very, very concerned about that.
Yeah, and I'll build off that a little bit and say one of the things I'm concerned about is specifically efforts to roll back access to medical care for LGBTQ folks. We had legislation along those lines last session to allow providers to decline to provide healthcare that luckily did not advance, in part due to our efforts. But we saw this question of transgender children having access to healthcare become a flashpoint in the interim, and I am concerned that that'll come up. And I know what I've observed is that it's usually the children who end up caught in the crossfire. And I think, you know, our most important duty is to continue to defend LGBTQ kids. And again, we can do that if we flip the House.
I mean, I think that we're gonna, I mean, aside from having to take defensive measures next session, that we're gonna see our transgender community being attacked. I think aside from doing that, an important thing for us to do is go on the offense in the Texas House and pass proactive legislation that's going to protect the LGBTQ community. I mean, one of my priorities next session is to pass a comprehensive non-discrimination bill. You know, this bill is going to be a bipartisan bill. There's no reason why it shouldn't be a bipartisan bill. It would extend, you know, non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ people in employment, in housing and public accommodations. You know, Texas is one of only 27 states that does not have these protections. And I think that we're going to be able to do it. I think that it's going to be for the first time in Texas history that we're going to be able to pass this type of bill out of the Texas House. And it's going to bring money to the state. And so I think that's where we need to be headed. I think our interactions with some of our colleagues, you know, there's an overwhelming majority Texans that do believe in passing a non-discrimination legislation in Texas. And so I think that that's where one of the next fights is going to be next session.
So before we end off this panel, we are kicking off Pride Month. So I want to give any of you the chance to say something about a particularly happy memory from Pride Months past, something you're looking forward to this month, or something that I always enjoy giving people the opportunity to respond to, which is a platform, website, research institution that you go to for good information about issues that you're passionate about, whether they're LGBTQ issues or agriculture or whatever it may be. So let's kick off. This is our last question. Thank you for being here.
I'll say that I had a fantastic Pride last year. One of my small rural towns, the city of Wimberley, it's about 3,000 people, had their first ever Pride parade, and they invited me to be the Grand Marshal. This is my stash. It was so much fun and wonderful to see LGBTQ people celebrated in a small rural town in Texas. And to me, that's what's really critical, is we're everywhere. And then I also want to briefly get on my soapbox and remind folks that LGBTQ people are electable in every single district in Texas. You know, 3 of us represent districts that are pretty safe democratically, but 2 of us flipped districts and took them from Republicans. So LGBTQ people also can flip districts and can run in every district in the state.
I would say one of my fun moments is I went to the 2000 Gay March on Washington, and was able to participate in that. And it was, 20 years ago, and my life has changed dramatically in so many ways along those 20 years. But one thing that hasn't changed in those 20 years is that we're still fighting for our true and ultimate and pure equality in our country and for our families. And so while we have achieved so much, we still have so much yet to do. And to echo kind of Erin's soapbox, one of my soapboxes is to make sure that everybody votes. I mean, it's going to be that much more important in this upcoming election, because we don't know what the status is going to be with the COVID situation and quarantining and how safe it's going to be. We need everyone to exercise their right to vote, and if you're able to procure your mail-in ballot application, to make sure that we have really turned out, and don't give up your vote this time. This election is probably more important than any other. And then finally, just to follow all of us on social media. Given the age that we're in, we're having to have restricted access to folks, that we really could use your help to amplify the messages that we're all trying to put out in our social media pages. So I encourage everyone of you out there watching to please like us all on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. That would be a big help.
Anyone else?
I will dovetail Julie, and I will say follow all of us, but also follow the LGBTQ caucus. It has great resources. We do a lot of social media engagement, Twitter, Insta, Facebook. Follow us. And then I'll say my soapbox is, I'm really glad everybody's watching this today. Thank you for caring about LGBT rights and equity. But I will also say, I think one of our big advances as a community is ensuring that we understand collectively the immigrant rights and women's health rights and economic justice rights and criminal justice rights, all are part of LGBTQ rights. And so let's make sure that we are really thinking critically about how these issues all fit together, because we all deserve to live in a more socially just world and state.
I think that I'll just add that I would encourage all delegates to support pro-equality issues, and that we need to elect a pro-equality majority in the Texas legislature in order for us to advance our issues, and in order for us to actually move towards passing, a non-discrimination bill in the state of Texas.
Thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to the party for getting us together. And it used to be that LGBTQ equality was a fight by LGBTQ people, and we couldn't do it without our straight allies who love us and have protected us and raised us over the years. So it's a new day. Suddenly we're trendy. We got a caucus. You got, we're grateful that we can all get together, and we're excited for this year.
All right, I want to thank Julie Johnson, Julie Johnson, Jessica Gonzalez, Mary Gonzalez, Aaron Sweener, and Celia Israel for being on the panel today. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, and to the delegates for watching. I'm Lauren McGahee with the Dallas Morning News, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the convention panels and stay safe out there and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Lauren.
Bye.
Pride Month.
Happy Pride.
Hi, this is State Representative Eddie Rodriguez. With your help, we can turn Texas blue and flip the Texas House of Representatives. Sign up and join our movement. Give whatever you can. Text VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333. Have a great convention.
This is Cliff Walker, Deputy Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party, and thank you for tuning in to day one of the Texas Democratic Convention. We just heard from a few of our incredible Texas representatives and the story behind the first ever LGBTQ+ caucus in the Texas House. We also had the distinct privilege of hearing from the local Democratic leaders leading the fight against COVID-19. We have a great lineup of speakers who will be joining us tomorrow, June 2nd, and we can't wait to experience it with you all watching at home. So on that note, have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you in the morning.